From Castle Rexworth, Rexworth Estates, I bid you good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are and whenever you are. My name is Rexworth, Lord Rexworth, and I welcome you to a Friday night stream on this 12th of December. We're going to be doing a lot of video reacts. The tabs just won't stop growing, and there's a lot that I want to get to. If there's time later in the evening, I will play a video game, but you know what? There's just a lot of content here. And I just feel the need to sort of chill with all of you and do a bit of yappy yap as we watch various things. Some of a more serious nature than others, but try not to depress everybody. But anyways, welcome in everybody. Phalanx, thank you for the 7-stream watch streak. Congratulations on that. Let's fucking go. Anglo, welcome in as well. Nocturnal Nomad, hello to you. Valeran, the first to write in first. But, yes, definitely more like third. But welcome in nevertheless. Good to see all of you. Make sure that you follow me across all platforms. The website is lordrexworth.com, lordrexworth.com. Make sure that you're following me over on X, where we're at 991 followers. We're close to 1,000. I think we can do it before the year's out. I hope we can, anyway. But yes, lots to talk about, so let's do it. Let us do the news. And we start... That's the wrong window. There we are. This is the one I need. Yeah, so, negotiations going on, trying to get some sort of peace accord in Ukraine. And guess who's joining the fray with that? At least on the side of the United States, or supposedly on the side of the United States, none other than BlackRock CEO Larry Fink. As this bloke writes, what we're looking at here, it's a carve-up. All wars are bankers' wars. Greetings, Sir Stud of Salt and Pepper. Hello, Damien. Welcome in. Oh. Bit of controversy with, I think it was Shroud, or whoever this peanut-looking bloke is. Yeah, apparently somehow won VTuber of the Year at the Game Awards or something like that. And yeah, he's not really a VTuber though, is he? And he doesn't really like VTubers, doesn't have a lot of kind things to say about VTubers. But Ember Paradox tweeting out this, just as a reminder, XQC and Shroud were so scared of Doki Bird's Marvel Rivals team they were competing against in the tournament, they whined and bitched to Twitch, resulting in Twitch actually changing the rules the day of the tournament. This resulted in Doki Bird choosing to drop out so the players wouldn't be forced to do so and they could compete for the prize money. And Doki's team absolutely curb-stomped both Shroud and XQC's teams and went on to win the tournament. Clearly neither of them have gotten over that absolutely humiliating loss and now some kind of pathetic vendetta against VTubers. Seriously, guys, grow the fuck up. And we have here a clip from XQC. Let's turn on the browser audio for this and turn up the volume thereabouts. Cheers for the background noise while I play HOI 4, Rex. Oh, yes, this is a public playlist on Spotify, simply titled Christmas Royalty-Free Music for Twitch Streams. It's not exactly Christmas music, but it gives off the Christmas vibe, you know? It is that time of year. those of you who may be catching this as part of a highlight clip or portion of the VOD later on, we are, of course, this stream happened on the 12th of December, 2025. So if you happen to see this later on the YouTube channel and it's like, wait a minute, it's not Christmas. It's already February or March or something like that. Well, you'll know why. Anyway, playing this clip here.
40-year-old man in a 15-year-old anime 2D VTubing suit. Listen up. Listen real close. Listen real close. It is not my community.
Let's be honest. Most VTubers use VTubing as an excuse not show themselves because they are fucking disgusting. I'm not being weird. I'm not discriminating. The vast
Except
majority
you
of VTubers would love to be on camera, but they're fucking disgusting. And that's okay.
No, they're not.
It's okay. That's perfectly fine. But it's.
I will admit that IRL, I'm nowhere near as svelte and athletic as my VTuber model, but I wouldn't call myself disgusting. In fact, I'd say I clean up rather nice. And there's plenty of VTubers out there. The lads are quite handsome in their own right, IRL. And many of the women, you'd be shocked to find out, they are absolute beauties, IRL. One of my Oshi's Kirsha just recently sent out to her fans as a reward for the donathon. They got some feet pics. Actually, they got more than feet pics. They also got leg pics from her. Chat, I don't know if you've ever seen Kirsha's legs, but my god, I'd love to have those wrapped around me. Any day of the week. Made especially worse by Iron Mouse defending him. Yes, this is really indefensible behavior. I don't know why she's doing that. Perhaps just to keep herself ingratiated in the Los Angeles clique that hosted the Game Awards. But she can do better. And she doesn't really need those people either. She'd be better off without them. Because honestly, they seem like a lot of scumbags and a lot of terrible, ungodly people. Doesn't matter if you're disgusting or not. Women chase the money and the power and always have done. Also true. Also true. I mean, just look at Harvey Weinstein. Would my model have based some of the anatomy off myself? There's always a little bit, I suppose, that's at least a small portion of our VTuber models that usually has a little hint or a nod to who that person is IRL. Usually, not always. I mean, my favorite color is blue, so I figured, you know what? Gonna have a model with lots of blue on it. I also happen to have blue eyes, IRL, so it was important for me that that my VTuber model have blue eyes. The only thing I don't have is blonde hair. I actually have black hair, and at my age, I'm starting to get a little bit of salt and pepper on the sides. But, you know, that's just part of getting older. So, yeah. XQC and Shroud. In other news, they are still pieces of shit. Let's see. Oh, I want to get to this one. This is a bit of a lighter story here. Don't know if any of you are familiar. Perhaps you have Instagram, perhaps you don't, or TikTok, and maybe you follow this lovely girl called Crazy Korean Cooking. And she went hard, chat. I mean, she went really hard on this. She made a full English breakfast for her parents. And she made it all from scratch. And I mean all of it. Like everything. Down to even the black pudding and the sausages. She knows how sausages are made because she made them herself. And it's absolutely brilliant what she's done. well seasoned. Yeah, there's a good way of putting it. Blue. Well, then, to quote Boris Johnson, your beautiful new blue passport. I have one of those since I am an American citizen. I do have one of those. Yes, fun bit of trivia. The US passport is a navy blue. Right, let's take a look at this. She was making the Yorkshire pudding. Some of the other ingredients there, making the sausages. All of that goes into black pudding, chat. And by God, she did it. And then she made the back bacon.
You hurt my grill.
Oh no, how could you? Code smoked it for 12 hours. And then made the rusk for the bangers. This is absolutely incredible. The level of dedication here. And then the toast, making the beans to put on the toast. I mean, normally we'd just grab ourselves a can of Heinz from the shops and use that. Now this here, this is actually quite a proper way to do a full English breakfast, chat. Do it in one large skillet. That's typically how it's been done. I mean, in a more traditional sense. They just get a big pan, coat the bottom of it in oil, and start grilling everything up. Start cooking up the eggs. That way everything's done at the same time. How come East Asians have the most respect for the Europeans? I'm sure there's no deeper reason. Oh, yeah, I'm sure there's no deeper reason. You know, it couldn't be that our cultures are the most compatible with each other, and that we're both respectful towards one another, and that, you know, both of our cultures tend to have, you know, a better caliber of tourist, and, you know, very similar values, especially regarding family. You know, there's a lot that we share in common, just as much as I'm sure there are plenty of differences that we could zoom in on. But yeah, it's I'm sure there's no deeper reason, none at all. Good God, that looks fantastic. Beans came out a bit thick, but that's all right. Grandpa H gave them the term honorary for a reason. Yes, we do tend to refer to a lot of Asians as honorary white people. Okay, so that's the whole process of cooking. Let's stop that. So that's how it was made. Now we've got the video here of her parents trying the full English breakfast for the first time. And she hit all the marks. Black pudding, English black bacon, bangers, otherwise known as sausages, baked beans served with fried eggs, tomatoes, mushrooms, and toast. With full English breakfast, you can oftentimes substitute for scrambled eggs. I do that just because I like scrambled eggs. But crazy cooking, happy with how things turned out. Baked beans got reduced a bit too much while she was... Okay, so she noticed that. They did seem a bit thick when she served them up, but they still look tasty. But let's see the verdict from Mum and Dad. How would you grade it, Teach? Let's see what mum and dad have to say.
이렇게 많이 먹어? 홈메이드.
They eat so much, yes. Oftentimes you'd skip lunch if you have something like this.
초콜릿?
Looks like chocolate. No, it's sausage.
기름도 올리고 딱딱 고급에 고급 순대. 와.
Julia Sunday.
아까
잘했다.
그거 와. 영국
Yeah,
사람들
and
참
chat, just so you know, that is proper bacon right there they're eating. That is proper bacon. Not your American crispy sticks of microwavable bacon from Hormel. Reptane, thank you so much for the follow. No, this right here is proper back bacon right here. It's almost like ham. It's almost like maybe a thicker cut of the deli ham that you get at your local delicatessen or your grocery store or whatever. But this is proper bacon here. God, those sausages turned out amazing. Look at those. The tomatoes, grilled to perfection. Same with the mushrooms. It all just looks fantastic. British people must eat really well. We do. British cooking has gotten a bad rap, I think unfairly so, for a long time. But, yeah, proper English, Scottish, or British cuisine, good stuff. This is what my mother trades for a fucking local curry and makes me go pick it up for her, save me. Yeah, no, give me a full English breakfast any time. And any time of day, too. This is the sort of thing, I would eat it for lunch, I'd even have it for dinner.
잘 먹는 건 뭐야?
소세지?
Okay, we're trying the sausages.
맛있다.
Delicious, that's good. Oh, that toast. That toast turned out really well. Grilled in the skillet in just a little bit of oil. Nice and crispy on the outside, but still just soft enough on the inside. And you can put whatever you want. You can put butter on it, you can put jam, anything you like. It's easy to tease. Sometimes people forget it's a joke. Yeah, but the joke almost became a life of its own for so long, and it's only now that people are rediscovering good, proper British cuisine. And if you want a bit of a Scottish twist on the full English breakfast, throw in some haggis. Some of you might be put off on the idea of haggis, but when I was in Scotland last year, around the same time last year, I was having what they termed a full Scottish breakfast. It's not too far removed from a full English breakfast. The only real difference is they add in haggis. And haggis for breakfast, it's good.
Wait.
Yes, yes! The bread and the egg and the back bacon. Throw on some beans too. It's perfect.
It's bang on.
Hell yeah, it's bang on. Yeah, here we go. Egg yolk, bread, mushroom, beans, sausage. He's doing it right. Shovel it in, mate. Now, what is that?
아니 베이컨 와.
Okay, we are adding a Korean twist to this. We're taking some of the sausage and the back bacon, and we're wrapping it in kimchi and eating with chopsticks. I mean, they are Koreans, so it's yeah, you know what? That's just mad enough to work. We've got ourselves a Korean. We've got Anglo-Korean fusion going on right here, chat. Kimchi, back bacon, beans, and mushroom. Kimchi plus the black pudding. Perfect combo. That's a lot of mustard for that sausage. They're hungry, Lord, aren't they?
Wow!
They have joined the Clean Plate Club. Must heartbreak these parents looking at what the UK is now after eating this. Yeah, it's always a bit melancholic and sad now, but yeah. So try and tea the English way.
Wow, 맛있다.
Hell yeah, it's delicious. That's English breakfast tea with plenty of milk and sugar.
I fancy black tea. Wow!
Oh, I love the old man. I love the old man. Salt of the earth, bless him. Alright, that's good. That's Crazy Korean Cooking, at Crazy Korean on X. Go give him a follow. She is, I mean, if she does this with a full English breakfast, I can only imagine what else she gets up to with the cooking videos. So, yeah, that turned out fantastic. And all made from scratch. It is just brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Just incredible. Right, so in a related vein, we're going to keep on the subject of X. And I don't know if any of you have taken notice lately. I don't know how many of you follow Elon Musk on X. But 9mm SMG, I had this little screen cap here, capturing Sadoge, saying, "I'm proud to be white, and I'm tired of people telling me not to be," so kind of giving it the Joker treatment, but saying what a lot of us are thinking in the moment. I get flashbanged every time I see your tabs. It's best just not to think about it too hard, dear. But 9mm SMG tweeting out, "You have no idea how far the Overton window has shifted. Saying this 2 years ago would have branded you a right-wing extremist. For ages, white people were told to reject any sense of ethnic pride, while everyone else was told to celebrate it. And it's finally shifting. So much so that Elon Musk responding to Sir Doge with lit." Though apparently if we do a location check of Sir Doge, oh no, he's not Indian. You know, he actually is white. That happens sometimes. Not as much as it used to. Mainly because a lot of the Indian scammers got exposed. Yeah, that post from Musk is all well and good, but I saw the post from saying a certain people to the book of peak white. Don't know if he has deleted that. Yeah, I don't know. It's also interesting because did I bookmark that? Let me see here. Yes. This one originally was brought to my attention courtesy of Kirsha. This woman here, I believe she is a state representative, a state senator in Kentucky, telling white kids they should be ashamed of who they are.
I'm going to be honest. I don't feel good about being white every day for a lot of reasons. Because it's a point of privilege that I get to move through the world in a way that so many of my other colleagues and friends and family members of the community don't get the privilege to do. And I'm just a female, but just a woman, just a white woman. If I was a white man, I would be functioning from a point of an even greater privilege. I think we're missing an opportunity when kids have a moment to reflect about how the color of their skin does and does not allow them to move through the world. Running to them and trying to stifle that and trying to say you shouldn't feel bad, so we don't want to ever expose you to something that is going to make you have to pause and have maybe some internal feelings. It's a missed opportunity for some really good dialogue.
Yeah, I'm not really interested in having dialogue. They really should just fuck off, a whole lot of them. Yeah, so she goes around telling white children they should be ashamed of who they are. Appears white herself. No, you smashed the early life. Turns out she's Jewish. Pretending to be white, but she's actually Jewish. Which they are two entirely separate things. And like a chameleon, some activists tend to vacillate back and forth. Some days they'll say that they're white. Some other days they'll really zero in on the fact that they are Jewish. And oh, look at that. Someone even tried to scrub her bio on Twitter. Originally saying that she's Jewish and attended Louisville Male High School, earned a BFA from Stevens College, and then just scrubbed out the part referencing that she's Jewish. Of course. Yes, of course. Why should children be held responsible for circumstances outside their control? Because it's not really about that, Damien. It's about the humiliation ritual itself. It's about constant humiliation rituals and constant propagandizing and just this sort of slow burn, slow torture until white people are just slowly erased from existence. That's what people like her want. This is what people like her truly desire because they hate us and they want us dead. It's not about anything so honorable as should we hold people responsible for circumstances outside their control? No, it's we see an ethnic enemy and we're not strong enough to just simply take up arms and genocide them out of existence. No, right now the only thing we can do is propagandize, gaslight, psyop them into slowly just erasing themselves from existence. I'm aware of that. It was meant more towards people like her. They never give a concrete reason as to why we need to do it. Because she hates white people and wants them dead. That's the reason. They whip and starve the golems who willingly defend them. Of course they do. And then when the so-called golems start to rise up and push back, they all of a sudden focus more on the crying out in pain and, oh, why do they persecute me so? Well, gosh, if you hadn't been trying to whip and starve the golems, then perhaps you wouldn't have had this problem. And if they were honest, then they lose the ability to shame their opposition. Yes, all of it is based upon lies, deception, and deceit. All of it. But before we get too off track here, and too into the weeds, and before we start glowing and Fed posting too hard, question from Sargon of Akkad. Has anyone noticed how based Elon Musk is now?
Has anyone been paying attention to just how radical Elon Musk has been on Twitter recently? I don't know whether you've noticed, but he's tweeting some pretty...
I've got news for you, Carl. You think Elon Musk and what he's saying is radical. You have no fucking idea. Elon Musk is only catching up now to where a lot of the people on the alt-right were about maybe 5 to 10 years ago. We're going to see any Bowden tonight, by the way, Rex. You know what? Let's get a tab up for that. We can get to it. We'll just go over to news and politics here in the Castle Rexworth Discord. By the way, if you haven't joined, make sure you join the Castle Rexworth Discord. Post that link across all platforms. You can rely on me to poke you any time to watch some more of him. Fair enough. I'm having to scroll quite a bit because we did lots of Japan posting over the earthquakes that they had earlier this week, though it looks like the danger has passed for the most part. Let's see. Oh, here we are. Manchester speech, March 2009. We'll get that in the queue here. But anyways, back to Sagan.
Hardline things. Now this is by far the sort of softest of it. Why is a false history of slavery taught in American schools? Great question. Great question. Why have we allowed leftists to educate our children, create a false narrative of what happened, and it...
Why have we even allowed leftists access to society in general? I feel like that one little blonde girl in that one anime where she just says the communists, just blow the shit out of them. Like, why do we even allow them access to our society at all? I mean, I personally believe the moment you start expressing any sort of sympathy for communism, or start behaving like some sort of communist radical, and it's not in the service of a nationalist cause or to the betterment of the people, the genuine betterment of the people, then honestly, I think your rights are just forfeit at that point. And I've sort of come to that just because I'm tired of dealing with these bastards. I'm really just sick of dealing with these bastards. Tanya the Evil, that's the one, yeah. I'm just sick of dealing with them. We can't peacefully coexist with them. We can't live side by side in peace with them because they hate us and they want us dead. They want to destroy and pervert everything that we hold dear. In the service of their never-ending revolution.
It's not like you can't point to the narrative and say the actual narrative of what has happened and say, well, there are bad things. Of course there are bad things in there. But not uniquely evil things. And that's what the left have been trying to do. Create the narrative that the left and white people in particular are somehow uniquely evil throughout world history. Now, this is just not true. White people are not uniquely evil. Lots of evil has happened long before white people were anything anyone ever talked about anywhere.
I think if you were to compare atrocities committed by certain peoples, certain races, you would find that white people are practically saints. The real barbarians in the world do not have white skin.
Fact. Really terrible things have happened all over the world, and most of the time they just continued. And occasionally you would get some king or prince or lawgiver who would be particularly magnanimous, particularly compassionate, and they would put an end to these things. I mean, one thing to look up is, one leader to look up is Ashoka the Great, who had a vast empire in India, massacred many, many people, and then became a pacifist after he had subdued all of his enemies out of guilt for the blood that he had shed.
That just sounds like weakness to me. All of a sudden you feel bad about all the people that you killed. It's like, brother, do you not understand how sausage is made? That's war, and very often that is the way human beings historically have achieved power. And for you to all of a sudden have an attack of conscience like that just shows weakness more than anything. And especially if you show that publicly, your enemies are going to use that against you. And they will eventually manipulate you into a corner, and then they'll just shank you, man. To me, anyone who doesn't take an Oswald Spengler, Francis Parker, Yockey sort of pragmatic and revolutionary nationalist view on things like communism, those are the ones who need to be brushed. The others just need to let go of their hammer and sickle nostalgia waving, and they're good to go. Yeah, some people, they're LARPers. A lot of people, you get enough drinks in them, whether it be Russian vodka or anything else, and they will probably just admit that, yeah, it's just a LARP, and it's kind of a cope, because they're losers that are jealous of other people's success, and so they start hammer and sickle posting. Nobody ever talks about Genghis Khan or Stalin. It's always the Austrian painter. Yeah, Stalin killed far more than Hitler ever did, and Genghis Khan killed more than Stalin and Hitler combined. Or Mao. Yeah, Mao is single-handedly responsible for so many of the deaths. I think the 200 million plus death count of communism, that was Mao who did that. Examples would be most national Bolsheviks in Russia, or even most modern leftists in Eurasia. They know how power and family works, unlike the West, yes.
This is an unusual person throughout history. Most conquerors, most civilizations didn't care. And so the fact that European civilization does have that Christian compassion and charity within it is one of the things that actually marks it apart from most of the other civilizations. I mean, if we talk about slavery in particular, the impulse to end slavery primarily came from Christianity. And it was filtered through the sort of English lens of rights and liberties, and it ends up in the liberal worldview that slavery is wrong in every case, which of course I agree that it is, because I'm an Englishman.
Yes.
But
learn to work your own fields. Learn to pick your own cotton. Stop using slaves. It's not only morally wrong, but there's just a better way to go about doing it, in a way that makes everyone more prosperous over the long run.
why is a false history being taught? The answer is, of course, to demoralize the United States.
Yes.
To make sure that the people of the United States will not fight for their own country.
Yes, they use the whole specter of slavery as a way to demoralize people. They use racism and sexism and xenophobia and homophobia and Islamophobia. These are all words that they use to deceive humans, because they know that they won't fight back against those sorts of things as hard. And eventually, you have to just learn to not care about it. Even to some extent, wear those words almost like armor. Be proud of it. Really turn the tables on them. And then you'll get them running scared. And that's when they really start to make their mistakes. Funny how humanists always want an economic and racial underclass, but slavery was so bad, guys. Just the American and European kind, of course, is better now because we say the word diversity. Yeah, it's... Now the battle is to try and stop the creation of economic and racial underclasses. But just because you say the word diversity doesn't make it better. Cultural enrichment doesn't make it better. It's funny, the American and European participation in the slave trade. Everyone talks about it. Everyone's propagandized in school about how bad it is. And nobody wants to talk about mass migration and the creation of new underclasses in the Western world. Underclasses that look good on paper, look good for the bottom line, make big line go up, good for the GDP, or so we're told, And then turns out, no, they're actually a net drain on society. Those short-term profits that you might have had, they evaporate really quickly. And then you're stuck with a group of people that they're not really as much of a compliant underclass as you think. And before long, you're going to have civil unrest caused by those same people that you tried to create an underclass out of. It's another golem that the so-called Wizards of Smart, the overlords, have created. Trying to sell it to everyone with flowery language about diversity and inclusion and equity, when in reality, it's all about cutting corners to make big line go up and allow them to line their pockets and gain greater levels of power.
The integrity of their country, for the possession of their own country, because the idea is to make them feel reviled by their own country, to make them feel grossed out about it, to make them feel as if the country is not something they want to be associated with, which is a pretty bloody evil thing to do, isn't it? It's absolutely insane to poison people's minds before they're able to make rational decisions of their own into thinking that their own country is something that they should avoid. And this is the point. As Hunter Ash here has said, is a nation a specific people united by heritage, tradition and shared values, or is it any arbitrary entity defined by paperwork? This is the core political issue of our time, which is absolutely correct, and Elon has clearly picked his side. Members of a nation must have a common culture, or it is not a nation. I agree. And that puts him firmly on the right. So the libertarian tech bro Elon seems to have evolved rather swiftly. Remember back at the beginning of the year when he was talking about the H1Bs? In a year, he's realised, oh wait, actually there is more to a nation than merely productivity. And actually, if you look at it, yes.
There always has been. There is more to a nation and a society than productivity and GDP. It's actually a lot of intangible factors that quite often cannot be quantified in any way, can sometimes only be vaguely described with words on paper. I mean, it really is just that intangible. You sort of know it when you see it, and you are especially more aware of it when it's gone. And that is what a lot of us have woken up to, is that so much of this, so much of it is gone. That sort of cohesiveness, that common culture. It just, quite often, and as we have found out the hard way, it can disappear in the blink of an eye. If the economy is all that matters to you, you're not anti-capitalist. If the economy is all that matters to someone, I dare say they are not human. Because there is more to a nation, a society, a people, a part of the world than the economy. Don't get me wrong, the economy is important, but it is not the end-all be-all.
It has to be. A nation is a group of people who are related by not only blood, but also history, also ancestry, culture, norms. The way that they view the world are all things that bind the people together. And Elon is arriving at that point. And so he goes on about this. It's deeply weird the absolute top priority for a lot of American and European politicians is bringing in millions of unvetted third world migrants. They could have shut down right-wing populism entirely by compromising on this issue, but they refuse. And Elon...
They honestly believe if they just flood the zone, just take people and use them as weapons to flood the zone, that they can eventually just wipe out any opposition. And for a while it was working. Trouble is, when a group starts to notice they're becoming a minority, they start to sort of develop a bunker mentality. They start to become more radicalized. They start to become more racially conscious. And they also start to organize. All the things that globalists had hoped white people would never do. It doesn't matter if it causes peace or violence. The fact is, it's still happening. The fact it's still happening is a sign it's still making money and is useful.
Thinks this is about importing a left-wing voting bloc that depends on government handouts. Now, that is true on one level, but on another level, it's also about the overall mission, which is destroying the European nations. It is destroying the United States, destroying Canada, destroying Australia, destroying Western Europe. They are on the universalist position that any amount of parochial feeling towards one's own nation is essentially an inevitable path towards Nazism, and so destroying the nations prevents that from ever happening again. And so
So scared of that. And in their fear, they actually create what they are trying to destroy. This is why I said earlier in the week on X that leftist ideas can only exist in a vacuum. They cannot brook any sort of opposition. It has to be destroyed. Hence why they just persecute it relentlessly. They try to persecute, oppress, and destroy any and all opposition. And in the process, they effectively create their own opposition. And they eventually sow the seeds for their own destruction. It is a never-ending cycle with these people. Vivian, welcome in. How are you?
it is true that they do want to use these people as voting blocks in order to gain power and leverage themselves to be able to further destroy the nation, but primarily it's actually about the destruction of the nation. And he's arriving at some very important points that are inflection points. When you decide that murder is much worse than words, suddenly all of the words that they use against you mean very little.
The words they do use against you mean very little, because to them words are just a means to deceive people. Words only have as much meaning as and as much power as we are willing to assign to them. And for too long we have made the fatal error of assigning a lot of power to the words that leftists use. Whereas if we simply and mercilessly treat them like demons from Freeran and understand that words are just their means to deceive humans, and relentlessly pursue their destruction accordingly, we can win. I have blurb now. Excellent.
Which I think is very good and admirable that he's arrived there, because a lot of people don't arrive there. Piers Morgan hasn't arrived there. Like, none of our politicians, apart from
Never
Rupert
will,
Lowe,
probably.
have arrived there. And so, saying, well...
Unless, of course, the prevailing political winds make it profitable for Piers Morgan to start aping right-wing talking points, in which he will. But just understand, he doesn't mean a word that he says. He's just a fraud and a shill, like so many others.
Hurty words are bad. Getting past that is significant, and it's good that we are. Your government is taking money out of your pocket to house people who would rape your children. This might be a blunt way to put it, but it's simply the truth.
Yes, especially if you live in the United Kingdom. UK citizens, your tax money is being taken out of your pocket and being used to house people who would rape and kill you and your children. That is just a simple truth. The simple, brutal truth. It all starts to end when you stop putting up with it. But apparently, much of the UK is not there yet. They still want to put up with it. When they stop putting up with it, start getting organized, stop falling for containment tricks, and start realizing that, oh, you can just do things, they may have a chance. Germany suffered the same as England, and no one in power that can make a change cares. No, too many people who are in power just do not care. If anything, they take pride in not listening to the people, in looking down upon them, and if anything, trying to make their lives worse. In terms of migrants, or not just in terms of migrants, in terms of everything. The ruling class truly has come to look at the people they rule over with absolute contempt, as a bunch of blithering idiots, bunch of backwoods, inbred hayseeds, who don't know their asses from a hole in the ground. And they know better because they are the ruling class. They are the experts. So they are to be listened to. They are to be treated with deference and respect and fealty. They are to be treated like gods that walk among men. And they are not to be questioned in all of their infinite wisdom. And they will make all of the decisions for us, and the people will have an occasional vote every few years just to give the illusion of democracy. Klaus Schwab is a prime example of that. If anyone deserves the Luigi Mangione treatment...
Yeah, it is. It's, as Elon points out, the brutal truth. You are paying for your own replacement from people who will literally put you in jail if you complain about the potential rapists that they house next to you. Like, this, genuinely, this is true, and Elon is not sugarcoating it when he retweets all of this stuff. And this is obviously inspired by the series of rapes that have happened in Britain in the past week that have been awful, absolutely awful. And here's Elon just raising awareness from Nigel Farage. Thank goodness it's being talked about. And he points out, yes, the Mayor of London...
And honestly, it goes a long way just talking about it, just informing people about it. Spreading the word is an important first step. But we have to go beyond merely spreading the word, otherwise this all just devolves into circle jerks and bitch fests. The next stage is to get organized. Get organized. Take to the streets. Make your voices heard. Let your presence be known. And if the government or police start to give you trouble, resist them. Because you're not just fighting against mass migration and the people who would try to create ethnic blocs to ultimately wipe out white people. You're going up against your own government, the same people that enabled those ethnic blocs to come in the first place. We are in for the fight of our lives, chat. And we are going to be fighting a war on two fronts. Not only against invaders, but also against the governments that let those invaders in. Because believe me, just as those ethnic blocs hate you and want you dead, your governments most especially despise you and want you dead. And the only reason you are being kept alive is so that they could leech substance off of you in the form of your tax money. Because let's face it, you're the only ones that are really contributing to the welfare state.
London does hate white people, that's true. With no question of it. I mean, he literally said that white people don't represent real Londoners. So, yeah. Sadiq Khan does hate white people, there's no question of it. And so, Elon's got to the point where it's like, you know what? I don't want any more anti-white propaganda. Now, you'll notice that he is capitalizing the W in white here. That means that this is a...
That comes from AP Associated Press style guidelines, which in turn have had an effect on how all news articles are written, where they will capitalize every other race, but they will keep white, the W, lowercase. It's a subtle little insult, a subtle little indignity. But it's yet another brick in the wall for them and their campaign of propaganda against white people. That's definitely Canada with their MAID program. Oh yes. Most of the people that end their lives through the MAID program just so happen to be white. And the Canadian government is doing nothing to slow that down. If anything, they want it accelerated. Because they too want infinity migrants. For Canada, the future is brown.
Nominative, not merely a descriptive noun that he is using, as in the noun stipulates, denotes. It has a normative aspect to it. It describes a nation. And this is something that the alt-right was trying to meme into existence back in 2017. It didn't work back then, but Elon has just begun using it repeatedly. And I mean, you'll notice that Matt Walsh does not capitalize the whites. He is using it in a descriptive term, which is perfectly valid, obviously. But I think that this has been done by Elon on purpose, because you'll remember the New York Times, Washington Post, all the big media outlets during the time of George Floyd decided to start capitalizing the B in black to denote that the black Americans are a separate nation within a nation, to essentially give them an impetus to demand a kind of secession, which I think is reflected now in Elon capitalizing the W in white. I've noticed that a lot of the sort of younger Gen Xers, Elon I think is what, 51, 52, something like that. It's not terribly old for Gen Xer. I'm the youngest of the Gen Xers at 46, and Elon's quite young for a Gen Xer, and Gen Xers can go up to about 65 now. But I've noticed the younger Gen Xers...
Yeah, the boomers are slowly fading away because they are absolute geriatrics. they're beyond pensioners, but now we are living... It almost seems hard to believe, but we are living in an age where Gen Xers are becoming pensioners. It's one of those things you never really thought you'd see the day, but it's happening. And we're also quickly approaching a time where a lot of millennials, myself included, are approaching middle age. Not sure where the time went, but there it is.
Can become quite based quite quickly, actually. And here Elon is. No more white guilt. Gen Z is done apologising for the history that they didn't write. Yeah, we were never a fan of it either. But to be honest, they weren't bombarding us like they have been for you guys. When we were young, it didn't come up. They just didn't bombard us with it. And it was only in about the 2010s when it started becoming a very salient political issue. And then I started my channel, and the rest, I guess, is history.
Yeah. You can only arse blast people that sort of propaganda for so long before you finally have a generation for which they have no living memory of any of it. And Gen Z and Gen Alpha especially, they have no living memory of a lot of this. Mainly because they're all 21st century people. And they've just realized from the get-go, 20th century has nothing to do with us. We're not responsible for this. So we're done apologizing for it. And it's also the thing of choice for youthful rebellion. All generations have something which they rebel against. It just so happens that Gen Z has found their target of rebellion and happens to be a good one. Their rebellion actually tends to be something for good. Perhaps even the Great Rebellion. Still want me to play that game, don't you? Well? I'm always accepting gifts of games from people, and I do try to get to them when I can.
But a lot of the younger Gen Xers are very quick to go, you know, fuck you, fuck you, I'm not having it. And Elon's clearly one of them. And I tell you what, there are going to be a lot of people on Twitter who want to pat themselves on the back. Elon Musk, 20 million views to his, how many has he got now? 229.6 million followers, quote, remigration is the normal position. Oh, God, you...
Also the moderate position, as Jack Posobiec points out. In a recently released poll here in Denmark, 7 out of 10 Danes support the so-called far-right idea of remigration. We can only put up for so long with the invasion of our countries by complete and total strangers before we start to rebel. We will not be replaced. We will not be genocided out of existence. We will not only survive, but we will thrive and flourish once again. Not only in our homelands, but also to the far reaches of the diaspora. We shall be free again, and we shall be great again.
You love to hear it, don't you? That is an incredible, absolutely incredible tweet from Elon, by the way. And then he's even got to this one. This isn't this woman's own take. I'm sure this is an old 4chan thing, but we are witnessing the greatest act of cuckoldry in all of human history, an entire civilization willing to give away its land, women, and children because the alternative is being called a racist.
Given the choice, I'll be called I would gladly take being called a racist. I don't want to give away any of those things. So call me a racist. Plenty of other people have. It doesn't affect me because those people calling me such words, they don't matter. I don't even necessarily view them as people. They're just topographies of ignorance. Or demon forces of the ungodly. That's all they are. They don't matter. My people, though? My land? That's what matters.
And Elon has got, yes, we need to save America and the entire West. And what he is saying there is essentially what Nick Fuentes was saying on Piers Morgan. I don't care if you call me a racist. We need to stop caring if they call you names. The Rupert Lowe position. I don't care. I do not care what you call me.
The J.D. Vance position. I don't really care, Margaret. It is the perfect response. Someone says, you're a racist. I don't care. Well, that's bad. For you.
Because this belongs to ours, and our nation, and our people, and it doesn't belong to them. They have countries of their own. And we need to start being particular, parochial, and possessive over these things. These are ours, not theirs. And it's okay for us to say that. It's okay for them to say about theirs. It's okay for us to say about ours. And it doesn't mean that all brown people are bad. It doesn't mean all white people are good. It doesn't mean anything beyond. We have the collective claim to our lands, and they don't.
I'll go ahead and post that in chat for everyone. Give that a like. Let's see what else. Oh yes, another product of mass migration in Britain. Turns out the British Army can't get recruits. This is from Landia. Let's take a look.
The British Army cannot seem to recruit soldiers anymore. In fact, over the last 6 years, the number of recruits has declined by 38%, which is staggering and deeply problematic unless that trend can be reversed. And there are loads of reasons for this. Some of them are to do with the army itself, and I'll draw on my time in the army to explain what I think is going on there, but a lot of the reasons are just societal. The army has no control over those societal factors, and so reversing this trend is actually going to be quite difficult. Now, if I can think of any solutions...
I mean, just think back to a few days before Remembrance Day. Elderly World War II veterans on Good Morning Britain on ITV. And he straight up tells the newsreaders and the host there, he said, looking back, the fight just wasn't worth it. I think that's just a mere microcosm of what's happening. Britain is in decline. So much of the West continues to be in decline. And if you're a young man or a young woman of fighting age, and you're looking at options, one of those options happens to be military service. You hear things like that. You look around you at the absolute state of your country, and you just think, nah, not worth it. It took them that long to realize the fight wasn't worth it as another problem in itself, never mind the wrong side.
By the end of this video, I'll be sure to put them in, but this really is a deep problem. Let's just get straight into it, and I'll give you a deeper dive into some of the numbers so you can understand this. This comes from an article in The Telegraph, by the way. And in that article, it says that there are 74,270 personnel in the army, with just 70,300 having completed both their Phase 1 and Phase 2 training. That means that the number of officers has fallen by 100 in the last year, and the number of soldiers has fallen by 950. In fact, as far as I can work out, this is the smallest that the British Army has been for over 200 years. The last time the army was this small was 1799. That's pretty damning, isn't it? And you have to put this into a bit of context. The context here is that the Labour government have said that they are going to boost numbers in the army to 76,000. But it's just not happening.
How?
They can't get people through the door. They can't get people, or at least the right people, to join the organisation. So what the hell is going on here? I said that the army bears some responsibility for this, and one of the biggest mistakes that they made was outsourcing military recruitment to a firm called Capita. Now, Capita is a civilian organisation, and as such, they have little to no understanding of military life.
Good lord, even the Americans aren't that stupid to do something like that.
And you can see that this is true by simply looking at the ad campaigns that they were willing to put out to try and draw people into the army. The most famous one, or at least the most famous one that I can remember, is the Snowflakes campaign, where they had these billboards.
Snowflakes, your army needs you and your compassion. Yeah, we can cross out the snowflakes, because that's just insulting your audience, so that's not going to work. And, yeah, let's just erase that whole and your compassion, because that's not what serving in the army is about. You want to know what you're there to do when you're in the army. You are there to kill people and break things. That's it. Kill people and break things. And you ask anyone in military service who is former military what they're there to do, they will tell you the same thing. I don't care whether they're in the British Army or the American Army or the Israeli Army or Japan's, well, maybe not Japan's self-defense force, that might be a bad example, the Singaporean Army. All of them will tell you fundamentally their job is to kill people and break things. Want more recruits? Abolish online applications. I'm here to serve, not for a fucking office job. Yeah. There's... Why on earth would they do an online application? That just is... If I'm looking at it from a recruiter's standpoint, that's just an open invitation for a lot of false leads. Or for a lot of bad leads. That's why, and there's one thing I notice with a lot of American military recruiting, because I have considered, when I was much younger, not just service in the British military, but also the American military. But one thing that I noticed with the American military is that if you want to join, you have to find a recruitment office. And I believe you do have to complete the process in that recruitment office. And if you don't do that, and you're not able to pass I think the basic fitness test, then you're not going into service. You're not going to boot camp. You'll have washed out before you even started. But it's a really effective way of separating the wheat from the chaff. They make you go down to those recruitment offices and stand in line or wait. It's almost a process similar to waiting at the DMV. But it ensures on their end that they have quality leads for recruitment. That they only recruit people that really want to be there. And lessens the chances of people washing out at most points throughout the process. It's actually standard throughout the West. Strangely, Russia, not China, does this. They have no problems with numbers and don't even need any drafts. Yeah. But I think that's where this is heading. I honestly believe to head off some sort of peasant revolt, a lot of European countries may start looking at draft, and we might start hearing much more talk of drafts being implemented. And especially more talk of some of the fake and pointless war with someone. Because how do you head off a peasant rebellion? Draft all of the able-bodied young peasant men and send them off to die in a pointless war. Give them substandard equipment. Don't really make any serious efforts at peace. Just put them through the meat grinder of combat. Eventually enough of them will die off. The rest of them you can kill slowly through shitty treatment of veterans whenever they get back.
Boards going out saying, "Oh, snowflakes, you're wanted in the British Army," and gamers and all of these other weird things, right? Basically,
seriously, who the fuck came up with these advert campaigns? Phone zombies, binge gamers. I mean, really, the Americans had the better idea. Like with the US Army, the slogan, "Be all you can be." The United States Air Force was always... I remember seeing tapes of the old ad campaigns they had in the 90s. And it was pure 90s aesthetic. You know, sped up time-lapse videography of fighter jets flying through the air. First-person view from the cockpit. Classic 90s rock music going. And made a whole jingle out of the Aim High slogan. I saw those like, man, that will really make you want to join the army or the Air Force. And they were showing, like with the army, you know, bunch of young, tough, able-bodied people struggling through boot camp or doing something real cool, not just, you know, going out and killing people and breaking things. Remember there was one, I think it was highlighting the work of the American Army Corps of Engineers. Talking about, you know, how do you traverse this impossible terrain? Build a bridge. and they show the building of a bridge to get a military convoy across swampland or something like that. But that was good adverts. This is pathetic. This is truly pathetic. I hate this timeline. I do too. I really do hate this timeline. I want a better one. I'd like to hop into another one.
Trying to appeal to the rejected and neglected members of society who may not actually be the right people for the job.
No, they probably aren't. I mean, you might have better luck recruiting them possibly to something like MI5. Or maybe even some segments of the cybersecurity division of MI6. But, yeah, no, this is not... There's a lot of people that are not military-grade material.
It was a terrible ad campaign, and it could have been avoided. And I'll tell you why, because when I was in the army, they actually sent a focus group to my regiment, and my troops sat in a room being shown this campaign before it went live, and we were asked to give feedback. And every single one of my soldiers hated that ad campaign. In fact, they were saying things like, if you put this out, when I go back home to my tiny little town in Wales, people are going to mock me and they're going to call me a snowflake. Please don't. Like, what are you doing here? Don't put this ad out. But they ignored it.
Yeah, because that's not the point of the focus group. You were there to just affirm... You were there to affirm their confirmation biases. They weren't really interested in what you had to say or what you thought about it. They just wanted affirmation of their confirmation biases. That's what a lot of focus groups are really about these days. I was in a focus group years back for Nissan. I think they were showing us comparable cars like the Honda Civic and I think the Toyota Camry or the Corolla or something like that. And they wanted to show us a new generation of the Nissan Altima. And I gave them my exact thoughts, you know, rated 1 to 10, which I thought was the better cars. But it was clear that they had chosen a design already for the new generation of Nissan, and that all of us were there to just sort of affirm their own confirmation biases. Because I told them, look, out of all of these cars that we have on display here, yours has the best looking interior. It's cool. You got this really neat, sporty, flat bottom steering wheel. The whole interior looks like a sports car. It looks like you just ripped out the interior of a 370Z and slapped it in an Altima. And that's good. Outside of the car, however, looks hideous. The outside of the car, best exterior, went to the Honda Civic. I told him if you could get levels of cool with your exterior design of the Honda on level of the Honda Civic, or maybe even tap into more of your design language with the 370Z, you'd have a winner. The people working there just simply said, "Thank you for your time, sir," paid me money, and sent me on my way. They were only interested in me and everyone else feeding into their confirmation biases. They weren't actually interested in what we had to say or what we thought.
They went ahead with it. And why did they do that? Well, I think part of it is that they sort of look down their nose at the soldiers they were speaking to in these focus groups.
Of course they do.
They put all of this effort into an ad campaign. They went to speak to the soldiers, and all of the soldiers said, because I refuse to believe any other set of soldiers that they did a focus group on actually liked it. All of the soldiers were saying, no, this sucks, but they thought, well, I went to university, I've got a degree, I know best. I've got a degree in marketing, I know what's going to work. So they ignored the lived experience and the experience of soldiers and decided to put this campaign out anyway.
I would trust the lived experience of soldiers in the British Army any day over someone who has a marketing degree from university. Because at least the soldiers have lived. The soldiers have seen shit, and have probably done shit too. Some of which they carry the weight of for the rest of their lives. But I respect what a soldier has to say and what they think far more than someone who spent 4 years there, 3 or 4 years in an ivory tower somewhere, learning about marketing. Because those ivory tower types have not lived. They have not truly lived. They have not seen the world, both its beauty and its ugliness. They have not lived.
And also because I think they can't differentiate between the qualitative and the quantitative aspect of recruiting. The quantitative aspect, if you're only thinking about that, just means if I can get more people through the door of the recruitment office, then I'm doing a great job. Right? It's just about numbers. Even if they're completely the wrong people, as long as I can get more people through the door, that's fine. We can sort them out later. The qualitative aspect says, well, actually, I want to get the right people through the door.
Yes.
Even if I get fewer people through the door, but I'm actually getting the right people, and they pass, selection and they get onto phase 1 training and they join the army, that's even better. But as civilians, they couldn't fathom the qualitative aspect because they don't have the lived experience of being in the military. So they only focused on the quantitative side, which is never going to work, because if you start bringing genuine snowflakes, right, which I would just interpret as being somewhat cowardly, into the army, and then a few weeks later you get them on phase 1 training, somehow they pass the selection, and now they're on a bayonet range crying their eyes out because it's all a bit too hard, well, they're not going to pass. And if they do pass, that's even worse, because now you've got a terrible cohort of soldiers. So the army bears some responsibility here for allowing its recruitment, despite the fact that it knows best, to be outsourced to a civilian firm. I'm editing this video right now, and I just had a thought about the qualitative and the quantitative aspect in terms of recruiting.
Right, go on.
I was reminded of the old Royal Marines adverts. Do you remember those? Where they put on some really cool show of like 8 Royal Marines marching through a river at night time, night vision goggles, and then it said, like Royal Marines Commando, it's a mindset, 99% need not apply. And so they're literally saying, actually 99% of you, we don't even want you, don't even come through the door. And there, they are clearly focusing on the qualitative aspect. They want the people who look at that advert and go, oh, actually, walking through a river in the middle of the night in the jungle actually looks like a lot of fun. And those are exactly the kinds of people that you actually want to be going to the recruitment office and saying, you know what, fella, I've just seen that advert. That looks like a great time. Count me in. Whereas
they're wanting to be the 1% exception, or they think that they're the 1% exception, and they want to try their hand at it. They're brave and bold enough to say, yeah, you know what? Let's do it. They might wash out, but at least they'd have tried. And those sorts of advert campaigns inspire people to say, yeah, you know what? Let's give it a go. I think I've got what it takes. Only one way to find out.
Flakes and like binge gamers and phone zombies. Those aren't the people that you want going to the recruitment office, right? The Royal Marines had it right. They understood what they were doing. And I think, you know, outsourcing it to Capita, the British Army, was just a bit of a fail. Anyway, that's just a thought that I really wanted to include because it's a really good contrast between how the British Army has done its recruiting versus how the Royal Marines have done it. Speaking of the quantitative aspect of the recruiting, clearly someone at Capita noticed that there are loads of young Muslim men in Britain and yet very few in the British Army. And they saw this as a golden opportunity to fill the ranks, so they produced this advert.
I see it. Are we being serious right now? I mean, having never served in the military myself, but certainly having played plenty of military-themed video games, shit like this, if you're on a battlefield, this just makes you a target. Both this bloke here, but also, especially, the lot back there that are having to guard his ass while he's sitting there praying.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah.
This is a joke. It's an absolute joke.
The thing is, young Muslim men are simply not going to join the British Army. In my entire 7 years there, I don't think I ever saw a British Muslim as a soldier. And look, that's...
Americans have found out the hard way what happens when you start accepting Muslims into their ranks. And especially when bureaucracy just looks the other way because they don't want to get called naughty names. You get mass shootings on military bases like Fort Hood in Texas, which was committed by a Muslim extremist who was, I think he was working as some sort of psychologist. But yeah, they just end up being agent saboteurs. Their loyalties lie elsewhere, and it's not to the country that they are serving.
It's not really all that surprising. It's not because they're cowards, right? Or because Muslims in general don't like fighting, right? Clearly that's not the case. In fact, I believe more British Muslims left to join ISIS than joined the British Army.
I mean, who do they identify with more? Which is the cause that they find more appealing? The UK Armed Forces, which are currently, or which had been fighting their people in the Middle East? Or ISIS, that is sympathetic to their people and to their faith and wants to establish a global caliphate? Yeah, if you're a British Muslim, you're gonna go join ISIS. In fact, if you're a Muslim in most parts of the world, you're going to go join ISIS, or you're going to look upon them with sympathy. Because ISIS represents your tribe. far more than whatever military forces are in your country that you happen to be in.
Which is a pretty damning statistic, isn't it? Look, it's not because they're cowards, but you just have to think about it from their perspective. It kind of makes sense. Look at where the wars were. Afghanistan, Iraq, Syria, Libya.
Yeah.
Why would a young British Muslim want to join the British Army to fight against who he considers to be the Ummah, his brothers in Islam? It's not going to happen. Right? It's clearly not going to happen. I will say this as well. A lot of them are second or third generation in this country, but they don't really see themselves as British in the same way as an Englishman or a Scotsman might do.
No, you get them talking long enough. I would say get a few drinks in them, but a lot of them don't drink. But get them talking, and they'll tell you where their loyalties lie. They'll tell you how they view themselves. And for them, their tribe is their people, their race, and their faith. And none of those happen to be British, or American, or whatever in the diaspora they happen to be at the time.
So trying to encourage them to fight in the British Army is a bit of a losing task. Even if they wanted to, by the way, most of them wouldn't, because they'd be rejected by their own communities. This sort of social pressure against doing so would just be too significant. And that's why you haven't really seen it. But if you're a blank slate liberal who cannot fathom that there are different ethnic groups and different cultures who have different priorities, you would just imagine that, yeah, well, we can just replace all of the young white men as soldiers with young Muslim men. Of course we can. But it doesn't work like that. You have to be pretty naive to think that that is actually going to be possible. And yet, clearly, they are. Now, you cannot lay the entire blame for the British Army's recruitment crisis on the British.
You would see so much of this if you were a well-traveled person. Some people don't need to travel very far to be woken up to these realities. I know for me, it took a lot of traveling to wake myself up to these realities. It's one of those things where traveling the world will actually make you more racist. And that's not necessarily a bad thing.
British Army itself, because a lot of it is to do with societal factors over which the army has no control. The reality is this: the majority of people who join the British Army from this country are young, straight, white guys, and yet they are the most brutally oppressed and disenfranchised members of our society. They haven't just had their place in society taken down a level, they are firmly at the bottom of the pile. Every university, every workplace has some kind of DEI practice which seems to work just to exclude young, straight, white guys. And yet at the
And it doesn't matter how much experience you have or that you manage to get. Doesn't matter how educated you are. I mean, I have been working full-time for close to 20 years now. 20 years of full-time work experience in various different industries. And I also hold a master's degree in business administration. It is nigh on impossible for me to find a job many places because of the simple fact that I am a white man. It is to the point where I am forced to go out and get a commercial driving license and become a lorry driver to get any sort of livable wage. And even then, it's barely livable. Because the corporate world does not want to look at me. They are not interested in me because I don't tick off the right boxes. And not only that, the corporate world has become so insufferable and just some gigantic form of adult daycare that, frankly, I don't really want anything to do with it. People like me are the first to go in that realm anyway. People like me constantly have targets on our backs. Because we are not the right gender, and we're not the right skin color. And we're not the right sexual orientation either. So people like me are forced into the trades because we're willing to do the work that a lot of the corpo types don't want to dirty their hands with, that see it as beneath them. When the reality is, people in the trades are the ones who are doing real work. Most people in corporate settings are just pushing papers throughout the day, or pretending to work. Most of the time, they're just sitting on Zoom conferences in some fancy office that their companies paid far too much for in rent. When they could be doing a lot of that work from home, but they're forced to come into the office either half a week or for an entire week for the companies to keep justifying the expensive rent that they pay for office space, which in turn keeps the corporate real estate markets propped up. Because after COVID, we realized that most of that work could be done from home, and offices are, for the most part, unnecessary. But that would cause a market crash, and the moneyed elite that make up the ruling class can't have that and don't want that. Therefore, you have what's known as RTO, or return to office. Their hands are probably softer than mine. They probably are. A lot of people in corpo settings have never really worked a hard day in their lives. And I'd be willing to wager that so many of those people who at least claim to log 10, 12-hour days, I mean, what do they do with that time? Working on spreadsheets, working on PowerPoint presentations, bullshitting on the phone with people, sitting in Zoom meetings all day. All this spinning of their wheels to make it look like they're doing something, when so much of their work could probably be done in half the time. Nap time doesn't count. I don't know if these people actually sleep. Or if they sleep, it's barely. And they've somehow gaslit themselves and everyone else into thinking, oh, sleep is for the weak, or I'll sleep when I'm dead. I never fell for that, not once. I've never believed that. Sleep is what keeps you sane. And it keeps you healthy. Hence the importance of getting a full 8 hours rest every night. Most of the things that people do in corporate settings really don't matter much. Most of them are not really doing anything important. And when they retire or when they die, nobody's really going to remember what they did. Sanity, health, overrated. Yes, that's exactly what they say. We know better.
same time, they're told they have some kind of intangible privilege that they were born with, even though white working class boys have the worst outcomes in this country. So the social contract has failed young, heterosexual white men, and yet those are the people who are making up the bulk of the fighting force in this country. Is it really any wonder why a lot of them are saying, actually, I don't really want to defend, potentially die or lose limbs, a society that views me at the bottom of the pile? No. Of course, there will be some exceptions. There will be men who haven't given it too much thought. There will be people with just a sense of adventure, people who just want to get stuck in and do something fun. There will always be a group of people who have no other choices, like, and they join the army. But by and large, you know, a lot of people are going to be turned off by the society that we currently live in. I said at the start of this video that
Yeah, because the society they live in is not worth fighting for. If young, white, able-bodied men were actually valued for their contributions to society, and were not looked down upon just because of their gender and the color of their skin, then, yeah, they might be more willing to sign up and enlist and fight. But we don't live in that sort of world. We haven't lived in that sort of world for a long time. And as long as we continue to not live in that sort of world, these are the results that we're going to get. Of militaries that cannot seem to find enough recruits. Eventually, they will start talking about introducing drafts. So right now we're at the you will go willingly phase. The next phase will be you're getting drafted. You're going to serve whether you like it or not. To which a lot of people will run away from that. You will see a lot of draft dodging. And I don't think that there's enough propaganda or gaslighting by so-called mainstream media outlets that can counteract that. Amongst young people especially, I have no doubt it will be seen as the cool and rebellious thing to do. Much like a lot of draft dodgers in America in the 1960s against Vietnam. At least back then, there was some element of shame associated with it. A lot of them knew what they were doing was wrong, but they did it anyway. Because they did not believe in the cause that was being fought for. Many of them even sympathized with the communists. The younger generations, they'll have no sense of shame about it. They won't even see what they're doing as wrong. They will simply say, fuck this shit, I'm out. And they won't go. And the system will respond with, well, we'll arrest you. I'll have left the country. You got to extradite me first. That takes time. Especially if I'm in a country where there is no extradition treaty. You're shit out of luck then. That's where Skynet comes in. Oh yes. The system will try to hunt them down and force them into the meat grinder. You also will start to hear a lot of stories of sabotage within militaries. People who are forced in, and their only act of protest is to throw a spanner in the works and hope that they don't get caught and court-martialed. Because if they do, they will definitely meet the hangman's noose for that. But a lot of people will run away, and run away to places where there are no extradition treaties. Live under assumed names. Forge new identities for themselves. Some will try to hide in plain sight. But so many people just saying, hell no, I won't go. And I think it would be a sizable enough people, a sizable enough group of people that can't be ignored. And the system will try to make an example of them. But I think it's going to backfire. It'll only make people hate the system and hate the government more.
To try and think of some solutions that the British Army could enact in order to try and help itself when it comes to recruiting. And it's difficult because the Army can't make deep societal changes, so you have to rule pretty much all of that stuff out. But I do think that they can help themselves, and they do so via word.
They could make deep systematic changes if they wanted to. It's just that people wouldn't like the sort of deep systematic changes that they made.
Of mouth. Now, the average guy in the British Army is probably a 25-year-old white guy, okay? And the people that you're trying to appeal to and trying to get to join the army are also, let's be honest, mostly young white guys. So why don't you try and appeal to those people by using the people that you currently have? Now, what do I mean by that? Well, look, say that your typical soldier, we'll call him Barry, he's a terrible name, Barry, he's a 25-year-old guy, he's an infantryman, and he's got 400 young male friends that follow him on Instagram. If his life on Instagram looks appealing and he is the coolest guy in his friendship circle, and one minute he's on the pistol range, the next minute he's hanging out the back of a helicopter, then he's parachuting, and his next picture is him wearing Nod's night vision goggles, and then, oh look, it's nearly Christmas, God, Barry's on another regimental ski trip. Other men will see that and they will think, wow, Barry's the man. I want to be like Barry. So I think,
Be like
a
Barry.
really simple way to do this is make the soldiers' lives more interesting. If Barry's Instagram posts are all him sweeping out the hangar or lying in the bottom of a, puddled, water-filled shell scrape for 2 straight weeks, smoking cigarettes and looking utterly miserable, then...
Which, let's face it, that's a lot of military life. Having spoken with plenty of, and worked alongside plenty of military veterans, they will tell you that right there, what he just described, sweeping out hangars, sweeping the barracks, and, hanging out in some pool of something you don't really want to know what it is, and smoking cigarettes all day, that is the sort of bread and butter daily routine of a lot of military life. That right there is what you can expect. But that does not sell, especially as far as recruitment adverts go. Hence, the former, what he described, of regimental ski trips and, on the pistol range one day and hanging out of a helicopter the next day. That's what sells.
Yeah, people aren't going to be particularly appealed to that. But if Barry's life looks really cool and he's the coolest guy ever, other people will want to join. And that's really the only thing I can think of. Now look, that comes with all sorts of risks in and of itself, because what you're talking about there is being quite free and permissive in terms of what your soldiers post on social media. And then you get into all sorts of ramifications where it comes...
That's another thing. You learn what OPSEC is really quickly in military life. And you can't just have your phone out tweeting about something or, taking a selfie or doing something to upload to Instagram or TikTok or whatever. That sort of thing, you're going to get your phone slapped out of your hand by a superior officer who is going to absolutely chew you out in front of everyone, and that's all before you possibly face court-martial. That sort of behavior is not tolerated, because, that's even assuming you're allowed to have a mobile at all. Because in some parts of the world where you get deployed, no, you can't have it, because it could give your position away to the enemy. Anyone can buy tech on the open market or the black market to ping your phone. And once they have a successful ping, that's a target. And then pretty soon you're under fire by enemy forces with guns, or you're all dead because you've been bombed to smithereens by the opposing force. This comes from conversations with people who were retired Navy SEALs, who essentially told me, these phones that we have in our pockets are basically just spy machines. They're just little candy bar shaped machines that can be used to spy on people and to discover where the enemy is located. And all it takes is a simple pinging of your phone. And that's it. They've got coordinates. They target and open fire accordingly.
Comes down to personal security and things like that. So it's difficult. And the Army is generally quite good at media management by, for the most part, telling people not to post anything to do with the military on their social media.
Yes.
So I guess I'm saying,
rightfully so.
You may have to strike a balance between PERSEC and actually let's try and get Barry's mates to join the parachute regiment as well. And that is a little bit difficult. I'm not saying this is like a silver bullet, perfect solution, but that's just one thing I can think of. Anyway, I don't have too much else to say. Actually, I do. I will say this. If you're a young guy who has never watched any of my videos before, and now you're watching this because you're interested in joining the Army, and you're watching this and you're thinking, oh, I'm not sure I actually want to do that anymore, do it. You'll have a great time. Okay, you'll have a fantastic time, you'll learn a lot, you personally will be completely transformed, and it's fast.
I don't know if I'd call it fantastic, not in the euphoric sense, but you will grow and you will become a man. You will embody those last few lines of the Kipling poem, If. And which is more, you'll be a man, my son. military service will make you a stronger individual. You will be one of the strong men who can create good times. You know, that's that whole cyclical thing about strong men, or that good times create weak men make hard times make strong men, and strong men make good times. A military service will turn you into a strong man. And as a strong man, you can bring about the good times again.
Because you will be transformed in terms of your character and your confidence at the same time as loads of other people are going through that transformational process.
Yes.
So it's like, I don't want to describe it as a safe space for transformation, but it sort of is, because everyone's in the same boat. Everyone's tired. Everyone sucks at everything when they're in basic training, right? And you build that confidence and you build that competence, you'll have a great time. Do I think the army is as fun as it used to be? Probably not.
No.
But look.
Well, that's not the point. It's not supposed to be fun. It's a sort of forged in fire type experience that hardens you. It's not meant to be fun. It's meant to mold you and shape you into a stronger person. Hell, even if you're not cut out for service, we have the Militia Act of 1821. We should have local yeomen to join as an alternative. Yeah, I believe, wasn't that the whole premise behind, what was it, Dad's Army, that old show?
I mean, if you don't do it now, when you're a young man, you will regret it. So that's all I'm going to say. If you're thinking about joining, please do not let this video specifically put you off. I'm just explaining why I think the military is struggling to recruit people. That's all I'm trying to do here. I'm not trying to put you as an individual off. And actually, I'll say this as well. I've had quite a few people reach out to me on YouTube comments, and I usually send them over to X, who are looking at joining. And I always just give them advice and tell them, you know, that they're probably going to have a pretty good time. Give them all the advice I can. You know, I joined as an officer, so if you're joining as a soldier, there's you know, I don't really know what your specific phase 1 training looks like. Obviously, it's a lot shorter, but you know, it's basic soldiering. I can tell you what to do. I can tell you to take your ironing board. I can tell you to get fit. I can tell you not to get injured, etc., etc. So, if anyone is, you know, looking at joining the army, if I see your comment, I'll invite you to find me on X and we can have a chat. That's pretty much it. That is genuinely all I've got to say today. Thank you very much for listening, and yeah, hopefully I'll see you in a future video. Please do like, comment, and subscribe. That's it. That's all I've got for you.
Godspeed, sir. That's from Landia. Giving that a like. There's a link in chat for everyone. Your dad's army was making fun of the Home Guard, different from Yeomanry, but the show was right. They were middle-aged old blokes for an invasion that never came. Yeah. That's about all that sort of regiment that I'd be fit for these days. Unfortunately, I'm a bit too old and too fat for proper military service. I think had circumstances turned out differently, had I gone off to university much earlier in life and then considered military service, I probably would have come out an officer. But yeah, that was the height of the Iraq War, and when I was of that age, and frankly, I straight up told a recruiter one time who called me up on the telephone. It's like, yeah, I don't think we're fighting to win this one, and I don't. Whenever I fight to win, and I think I'm going to be hobbled and hamstrung by a bureaucracy that is more interested in enriching the military-industrial complex than actually winning a war. I told him if I were to join, I'm there to go kill the baddies. And it seems like there's a lot of systems in place to make sure that sort of thing never happens. So that sort of ended that conversation there, and any possibility of me entering into a military career. But anyways, that's a good one from Landia. Let's see here. We've talked about it a bit. Danced around it. Safe to say the economy is shit right now. So much of it has become gigified, sort of gig economy. Well, How Money Works has got a new one, and the title of it is The Gig Economy is Full.
The gig economy has never exactly been flawless, but some recent trends are throwing off a delicate balancing act between workers and customers that might accidentally be exposing some much deeper underlying problems. On the surface, our unemployment rate looks really good right now. Sure, it has trended up slightly
fake.
in the wake of...
The way unemployment is calculated, especially in the United States, is completely and totally fake. There are so many people that have absolutely given up on finding work, who don't really qualify for any sort of unemployment benefits, that the actual unemployment rate is much, much higher than what has been officially recorded. And there is so much incentives in place to keep the current standards of recording as they are, that they will never be changed. So do not believe these unemployment numbers. They are absolutely lying to you, and they have been for years.
Of a long string of mass layoffs, but by zooming out, we can see it is still hovering around all-time lows. Sounds great, right? Well, it's no secret anymore that jobs data has had some reliability problems in recent years.
Absolutely.
And one of the biggest blind spots is people moving into the gig economy instead of becoming formally unemployed. For a lot,
And that's if you can get into the gig economy. There was one point a few years ago I was laid off from my job, and I thought, well, go on unemployment and maybe try to fill the gap with some gig economy work. Maybe I'll be an Uber driver, or maybe I'll do some things on Favor, or some of these other like TaskRabbit or whatever. Couldn't even get approved to do that. Every single one of them said, "Yeah, we're full up of people in your area. Try again later." It's not their problem if they can pretend it doesn't exist. Oh, and they have been pretending it doesn't exist for a very long time. And all of these phony baloney unemployment numbers give them everything that they need to keep pretending it doesn't exist.
a lot of people who have lost their jobs, it's quicker and often easier to register as an Uber driver than it is to register as unemployed. And you only really need to look at the numbers to see this is happening. According to the Bureau of Labor Statistics, over the last 5 years, the total number of people classified as unemployed has fallen by about 3 million. Which sounds good, but over that same time frame, the number of active Uber drivers has increased by roughly 3 million people, according to company financials.
And it's not even something that pays good money anymore. Used to be, you earn pretty decent money being an Uber or Lyft driver or doing gig economy work. Those companies saw that and made damn sure that came to an end very quickly and siphoned off a lot of that money for themselves and for their private equity investors. Because, God forbid, anybody earns a livable wage. Yes, the old bait and switch. Absolutely.
Now, to play devil's advocate, even if these jobs aren't the best, having readily available and highly flexible work with low barriers to entry could actually be a good thing when the alternative is people going straight onto unemployment. And we will get to that. But the problem right now for the workers entering the gig economy is that there is a rapidly growing roster of drivers looking to chauffeur around a $50 burrito.
Honestly, if you can get away with it, file for unemployment, but also have your gig economy work. If you can get away with it. Lord knows you paid enough for it in taxes. See if you can get away with a little bit of double dipping. But definitely go for the unemployment benefits. Because depending on what state you live in the United States, you just have to keep a record of like a handful of job applications that you put in. I know where I lived, they just wanted to see that I was applying to about 5 jobs a week. That was it. And for that, I got a check that was a fraction of my earnings directly deposited into my bank account. And this went on for a couple of months before I finally found a job. But yeah, if you can collect unemployment whilst being an Uber or Lyft driver, fuck it, might as well do it.
And a shrinking pool of customers that are still willing to pay for it.
Now, under a landmark deal, drivers can unionize and negotiate pay.
Oh no, unionize? We can't have that.
And they unilaterally drop prices, and they unilaterally decide that drivers are going to make even less of the fare than they were before.
What's this? Gigantic Silicon Valley tech company engaging in union busting? No, that never happens.
Been going full throttle, put more hours and make less.
Tesla's first robo-taxis are officially on the road and is already partnering with Uber.
A lot of the data surrounding gig work and even just regular employment is disjointed, vague, and often downright counterintuitive. Even something as simple as what it means to be employed is probably going to be different for you than it is to the statisticians putting all of these numbers together. On top of that, when you think of gig work than it is to the statisticians.
People who are considered employed if they did any work at all for pay or profit during the survey reference week. This includes all part-time and temporary work, as well as regular full-time year-round employment. Individuals also are counted as employed if they have a job at which they did not work during the survey week, whether they were paid or not because they were on vacation, ill, experiencing childcare problems, on maternity or paternity leave, taking care of some other family or personal obligation, involved in a labor dispute, or prevented from working by bad weather. So, even all of these things in which you're not getting paid for, but even if you are getting paid for, you're still counted as employed. They will literally tie themselves into knots to keep people from being counted as employed. Much wow, so surprised, yes.
Putting all of these numbers together. On top of that, when you think of gig work, you are probably thinking about people delivering food or driving people around in their fake taxis. But depending on which organization is collecting the data, it can also extend to renting out Airbnb properties or even people like little old me here running a YouTube channel. When a metric becomes a goal, it's no longer a useful measure, because the groups involved will try to influence it in a way that benefits them. The gig platform companies want to report that they have lots of people working for them to show how important they are to their stakeholders. The media wants big change.
Yeah, that's what they really want. They want to make themselves look good to the investors. So they will absolutely just let in a deluge of people onto their platform and then pay them absolutely fuck all for their time and effort.
Changes in job numbers one way or another to make for good headlines, and politicians want to ignore the industry altogether so that they can keep on pretending the job market is great. This just adds additional murkiness to
nobody wants to admit that the economy as a whole is shit right now. That it's just absolutely miserable. Because there's so many just arse backwards policies and attitudes prevailing in the job market. And you've got so many companies that just, they don't believe in hiring at a fair wage. They don't believe in providing any sort of benefits or long-term security to their workers. They don't believe in engendering loyalty between management and between their actual workforce. Joe, thank you for the 50 kicks. Thank you so much. People feel incredibly insecure right now because inflation continues to be out of control. Prices are too high. Everything's so fucking expensive now that most people just can't even afford to live. Don't want to spook off the investors. Yeah, you know, the investors, the stakeholders, they're not the ones that pay your bills. And so many people at the top have seemed to have forgotten about that. The investors aren't the ones who pay your bills. That's your customers. Your customers pay your bills. They're the ones that keep buying your products and keeping the lights on. If you have to subsist off of financial lifelines being thrown to you by investors, by private equity, you've got an absolutely shit business model. Whereas if you just focus on a good product or service, keep your customers happy, the bottom line takes care of itself. And that works every time it's tried.
Already very messy collection of numbers, which can make it really hard to see what is happening to a majority of the workers in these jobs, which is, let's be honest, mostly people who couldn't find a better job elsewhere. So to unravel this all, there are really three components that need to be understood: the fundamental platform economics that have facilitated the growth of the gig economy, what these services have covered up in the job market, and what happens when they can't cover it up anymore.
Hello, sir, just got here. Don't think Kick has push notifications on web. Yeah, I don't know if they do or not, but I'm glad you're here. And whatever you missed, you can always catch the VOD later, no worries.
Now that first point is really just about a balancing act. A platform like Uber Eats or DoorDash coordinates transactions between a service provider, the delivery driver, a goods provider, the restaurant, and a consumer, which is you poking at pictures of cheeseburgers on your phone at 11 p.m. If Uber Eats wants to make more money, it either needs to charge you more, pay their delivery drivers less, take a larger cut from the restaurant making the food, or just do more transactions in total. In the early days of these services, they were almost exclusively focused on that last point, expanding their user base. This meant that on...
Oh, Joe, thank you for the, thank you for gifting a sub to, Caster Labs. I don't know if they really need it or not, but hey, Caster Labs, enjoy your free subscription, courtesy of Joe the Second. But yeah, what they're talking about here is what we see so often with what's known as the enshittification of apps and platforms. They start out so great, practically giving away the store to anybody who wants it, to try and grow the user base. And also, they're trying to attract big money from angel investors, private equity, those sorts. And then they reach a point where it's like, okay, we've got to claw back all that money that's been given to us. So let's start shitting up the platform. Make it a little bit worse. Make things more expensive. Just leech off everyone. And all of a sudden people start to notice, gosh, this is getting more expensive now. Gosh, this is getting to be... the service is just not as good as it used to be. And then eventually the whole thing just crashes and burns. Everybody in the customer and user base are pissed off about it. But the investors got their money back. They go off to find something else to throw money at. And the executive leadership team just ride the thing till it crashes, pick themselves up, dust themselves off, dust off the OCV, and go find something else to run into the ground. And the cycle repeats, over and over again.
Any given transaction, they would actually pay more to the restaurant and delivery driver than they were taking off the customer just to attract as many of these three onto their platform as possible. Back around 6 years ago, when these businesses were still blitzscaling, customers would get subsidized food that was often cheaper than ordering in person, restaurants would get generous revenue splits, and drivers were paid well above minimum wage even after accounting for their hidden costs. But these good times were all financed by burning venture capital dollars.
Yeah,
now to play devil's advocate again.
It's not sustainable. It's not sustainable. It all comes to an end. Hence why you see this sort of enshittification of these platforms and of these services. When really, had they used that money more responsibly, grown things, albeit a bit slower, more organically, probably wouldn't have had to shit up the platform. But they didn't do that. And so here we are.
This is actually not that unusual when building out a marketplace. Customers won't spend money on the app if there are no restaurants to buy from, restaurants won't register on a platform that has no customers, and drivers won't make any money if there is no food to be delivered. So to get things started, the market maker usually does need to sweeten the deal in every direction. Nowadays, their mission has changed from growing the number of transactions to growing how much they make from those transactions. But how much they can push on each participant really depends on how hard they are to replace. All of these groups are still growing, but while total revenue from customers increased by around 35% in the last 2 years, the total number of active gig workers on the platform increased by around 80% over the same time period. This would mean that even if there were no changes in how this revenue was divided up, there is simply less money per driver even without considering inflation. But the real point here is that drivers have become the easiest group in this triangle to replace. So it's easier for Uber to cut costs from them without destabilizing their market. Now, I know that...
Hence why you see especially... We see this like with Deliveroo in the UK. Most of the people who take gig jobs with Deliveroo, most of them are migrants. Most of them are minorities, fresh off the small boats. There's no sort of verification of identity or citizenship or anything like that with Deliveroo. And so they just hop on and they just start making deliveries. And they get paid an absolute pittance, but it's still far more than what they would make in their home countries. And a lot of that gets sent back to their home countries in the form of remittances. So we see what happens when the payoff to the delivery drivers or bike riders or whatever they happen to be in a certain metro area. We see what happens. It eventually edges out the native population, the more competent portions of the population that are there to make those deliveries and do it on time, reliably, and eventually they're just replaced by foreign scab labor. Because they're the only ones that are willing to work for an absolute pittance.
This is a lot of numbers to confirm what you probably already knew. pay and conditions for the most common type of gig work is getting worse. But by understanding these numbers, you can see how this can very quickly become a dangerous feedback loop, especially if these customers can no longer justify spending twice as much on their food to have it hand-delivered across town. Now, maybe this could be written off as pure speculation from people who have spent too long looking at company financials, except for the fact that, in a lot of markets, it's already happening, and the results have not been pretty.
This is from China. The footage that is showing. Across China, food delivery drivers are being stretched to their breaking point.
In a lot of markets, it's already happened.
Got this bloke saying he doesn't want to live anymore. I mean, it's... For some people, it is absolute misery. It gets to a point where it's absolute misery. There's a certain wage that they'll put up with it as long as they're paid a certain wage, but if that wage is not forthcoming, then they're not going to put up with it anymore.
And the results have not been pretty. So it's time to learn how money works to find out what happens when there is no room left in the gig economy. This video is sponsored by Cape, the privacy-first mobile carrier rethinking what secure phone service should look like in 6 months. Okay, so as the gig economy platforms are playing this little game, the perfect outcome for the company in the middle here, trying to maximize their own bottom line, would be a large group of people with a lot of disposable cash who are not very price sensitive, and an even bigger group of people over here without much negotiating power who just need whatever money they can get. And oh, would you look at that? It's a statistic you are...
The top 10% of Americans account for nearly half of consumer spending. That is an absolutely pathetic state of affairs, when only the wealthiest of people make up nearly half consumer spending. That's not a very big customer base to work with. And eventually, most of those people get pretty smart about how they spend their money. And a lot of the decadent, indulgent spending, especially as time goes on, that starts to dwindle. Yeah, that sounds sustainable. Yeah, no, totally. That's totally sustainable. Only 10% of the population spending, making up for half of consumer spending. Yeah, a completely sustainable model here. I'm sure that won't engender any sort of civil unrest before long.
Probably all getting sick of hearing me repeat. The top 10% of households are now doing a record 50% of the spending, while the bottom 60%...
For now they're doing the record numbers of spending. But what happens when the money dries up even for them? What do you do then? Then you're fucked. They have to join the rest of us down in the muck here.
Of households are doing a record low of just 20%. This growing divide is not great. But for a company like Uber,
it is a perfect recipe for civil unrest. And there's only so much that a walled enclave will keep you safe from.
Uber, it's been a golden opportunity to squeeze more money for a worse service out of customers while simultaneously squeezing more service for less money out of its contractors. Also, let's be honest with ourselves. A lot of that gap is being bridged by pushing for tips harder as well. For the first 3 years of the company, they didn't even have a direct tipping option because the company itself called the practice tacky. Today, it's the expectation, and it's pushed very hard. First-hand reports from drivers and restaurants have backed up what the big picture numbers are suggesting. A lot of locations are doing record volumes of deliveries, but
can't tell whether there are too many drivers, it just isn't busy, or my acceptance rate is too low. Where are the orders at? LA area towards Whittier. Why am I getting no rides? Diamond driver get no rides, what the fuck? Uber drivers say they're struggling, this is not sustainable.
But individual drivers are finding it increasingly hard to find consistent deliveries or rides, which means they can spend hours a day just waiting for an opportunity to work. When they do get jobs, it's clear that the platform is taking a larger share of the pie. Like this example of a $64 ride here in LA, paying out just $12.43 to the driver. Of course, this is just one example.
That's not even going to fill up his petrol tank.
But it is a pretty damning one. Another factor that has allowed these companies to squeeze harder from every direction is interest rates. For a while, competition was actually quite fierce in the delivery gig workspace as dozens.
God almighty. I didn't know there were that many competitors.
Of regional startups tried to take market share away from the primary players. Today, most of them have either become the incumbents, been acquired by the incumbents, or they have gone out of business. The blitzscaling business model of burning billions of investor dollars until cementing market share only really worked in a low interest rate environment where it didn't cost much to just keep on piling in more cash. If a competitor wanted to enter the market today to offer a better service or pay gig workers more competitively, they would not only need to cover their operating costs while taking market share, they would also need to cover interest payments that would be 3 times higher than they were back when a lot of today's incumbents were doing the same thing.
Yeah, it is still really expensive compared to even a few years ago to borrow money. That was one of the big drivers of what we've seen as far as growth goes in the big players throughout much of the 2010s and even into the 2020s was the fact that money was just so cheap to borrow, and so people borrowed a lot of it. But now, it's more expensive to borrow money. Not as cheap as it used to be. And so for those who had loans that were at adjustable rates, they're all of a sudden feeling the pain because it's no longer cheap to borrow money. And all those fat profit margins they were enjoying, well, those have disappeared now, and they're now just struggling to service the debt. And those that were counting on the good times going on forever have woken up to the reality of, oh no, the good times are pretty much over now, and it's too expensive to expand through debt. So they either have to turn to other sources of funding, or they just have to just not expand. The idea for the business just dies stillborn.
Now where this could get really bad is what could happen if job losses continue. If even more people are forced into the gig economy, that would mean that even more people would end up...
Right now, one of the big corners that companies are cutting is staff. Whatever employees they can deem non-essential and redundant, they'll sack them, give them a pink slip, and pile on those work responsibilities onto other employees. I'm seeing that at the company I work right now. They just went through a round of layoffs where I think about couple of hundred people were laid off, and all of their job responsibilities divvied up amongst the remaining employees. And naturally, nobody's been trained on those additional responsibilities. Left hand doesn't know what the right hand's doing. And it's a shit show. It's only just begun. You have some companies that are using AI as an excuse to get rid of people. We're only going to see more of that. You might see some companies pull back a bit because they realized, oh no, we got rid of too many people too quickly. But they're going to get rid of people. Congratulations, you're getting a promotion without pay. Yeah, more job responsibility, but none of the additional pay. A pay increase, I should say. Yeah. It's just things are fucked up right now in the economy. They're only going to get worse. And who knows what 2026 will bring. We might actually see a proper market crash, finally. Sort of overdue at this point.
Competing for the same gigs, and that's without even considering that if people lose their regular jobs and end up delivering for Uber Eats, they won't have as much money to spend on Uber Eats. Now, this process alone
there's another problem. A lot of people have forgotten the old Henry Ford model, where he did it the right way. He paid his employees livable wages because he wanted his employees to be able to afford his cars, and he wanted to use that as an advertising and sales strategy. If there were more of his cars on the road, driven by his employees, well, they're just natural salespeople that can boast about the quality and reliability of a Ford. That's a sound idea. Most people in the capital class, the financial class, were against the idea. They thought, no, you need to keep your labor costs as low as possible. Your employees should not be able to afford your automobiles. That still needs to be something reserved for the wealthy and the elite in society. Because we need to keep all these people under our thumb. Because if they have mobility and are able to go places, they might realize that we're fucking them all over, and they might go and get jobs elsewhere, and they'll be able to branch out to further destinations and seek better opportunities elsewhere. And we'd rather just keep them locked into certain locations, only traversable by public transport, or by walking, or by riding a horse. And we won't be able to keep all of these plebiscites under our thumb. Ford said, no, fuck that bullshit. I want to pay everybody a fair wage. They're going to be able to afford my cars. That will increase their standard of living. They'll have more money to spend. And it's going to be overall better for the economy. And wouldn't you know, he was right. Keep your hands and feet inside the ride at all times, yes.
Actually not that unusual. It's basically how every demand-side economic downturn ever happens. Businesses lay off people, so households spend less money, so revenue falls, so businesses lay people off. If anything, it could...
Self-defeating cycle. And it's only going to get worse.
almost be argued that gig work like this offers an addition.
It's like that one comic that I saw one time. I don't know who penned it, but it's this tattered old businessman sitting around a campfire in a cave somewhere, talking to younger people. And he just said, something to the effect of, we decided that, preserving civilization and an increasing GDP conflicted with our focus on increasing the bottom line, so we sacrificed those for greater corporate profits. Or something to that effect. I'm paraphrasing.
additional layer of protection to people who lose their jobs, which is kind of what is happening right now. The problem is that if this becomes widespread enough, it can cover up the problem for a lot longer than it would otherwise take to realize something might be going wrong. And if things do go very wrong, the gig economy offers far less friction for this loop to spin. Typically, businesses need to fill out a lot of paperwork to lay people off. It makes them look bad to investors, and they will also need to rework internal processes to operate with fewer staff. Yeah, sure, they still do it, but it's not an instantaneous or painless process. This means we at least have time to see something going wrong before it's a full-blown crisis. For gig workers, all of this can
Even if you can see it, there's nothing anyone can do to stop it. It's coming whether we like it or not.
happen instantaneously and automatically through the algorithms. If the apps are getting fewer orders, drivers get fewer jobs and less surge pricing. The automated nature of their employment throws a bottle of baby oil into the mix anytime the economy loses its footing. Uber, Lyft, DoorDash, and companies like it are now collectively some of the largest employers in America. And if Uber drivers were counted as actual employees, it would individually be the largest employer in the world, easily beating out the largest.
Good God. 9.4 million people working for Uber versus just under 3 million for India's Ministry of Defense, the American Department of Defense, or the Department of War, 2.91 million. I believe that is the symbol for the People's Revolutionary Army, or People's Liberation Army. For China, 2.55 million. Walmart, 2.3 million. Amazon, 1.61 million. CNPC, I don't know what that is, but it's Chinese, 1.45 million. Then there's the National Health Service in Britain, 1.38 million. Then the Taiwanese company Foxconn. They're the ones that make the iPhones. 1.29 million. Good God.
Defense departments and more traditional employers like Walmart. This is also just counting the people working in the largest and most obvious sectors of the gig economy. We have covered the story before, but starting around 5 years ago, there was a massive increase in the number of new businesses being registered in America. Now, spoiler alert, this was not because people suddenly became more entrepreneurial. It was mostly because people had lost their regular employment and were registering a company to do gig work. Fiverr, Etsy, Amazon Flex, and the naughtier platforms also saw a massive uptick in people selling their services. Even the number of videos...
Naughtier platforms, referring to Orange YouTube and Blue Twitter. Oh, no, not Blue Twitter, Blue Twitch. If you know, you know.
Uploaded to YouTube expanded significantly at this time, according to research published in the Journal of Quantitative Description, as people were looking for new ways to make money. And yes, this was just counting long-form content, as short-form would have skewed the results. The challenges faced by individuals working at the mercy of the gig economy are now well understood and well documented. But what we may soon figure out is that even for the people who never individually have to experience those conditions, they could still become a big problem for all of us. In fact, it's kind of already happened. China's gig economy might represent a glimpse into our own future, and that future is bleak. As a result of various factors, like headwinds from the real estate and financial industries, as well as a glut in recent graduates, the youth unemployment rate in China got so bad that the government simply stopped posting that data.
Yeah, I think it got to the point where it was something like half of Chinese youth were unemployed. That, of course, would cause any government to lose face. So China's response was not to, make conditions better so that people can get jobs and have a stable life. No. Just sweep it under the rug. Just stop collecting the numbers. Because it's easier than actually doing something about the problem.
Yeah. 2 years ago, when they did this, we were actually in a position to judge them for it. But anyway, these young workers with few other options have flooded into the gig economy, completely oversupplying the system with drivers. Today, according to estimates from The Economist, compiled from available company financials, there are 200 million gig workers in China, representing as much as 40% of their total urban workforce.
200 million people. That's like 2/3 of the American population. Unbelievable.
This massive number is even scarier when you realize that just 15 years ago, these platforms didn't really exist at all. This has become a real problem in the last 3 years in particular, as already frugal Chinese households are cutting back on service spending due to faltering economic conditions. The end result is that gig workers have reported spending 10 hours a day waiting to earn as much money as what would have taken them just 3 hours in the past. Large groups of brightly colored riders waiting outside shopping malls have become a very visible sign of bigger issues impacting average people in an economy that, by the headline numbers, still looks like it's doing very well. Even workers who are active for 10 hours a day, 7 days a week, are still not earning enough to afford a
Last month I worked for 15 days. My paycheck was around 2,800 won, what about $394? Yeah, that's... I don't even think that would qualify as minimum wage in the United States. That's... wow. That's bad.
Dignified lifestyle in the country's major urban centers where most of this work is available. In some cases, competition for work has become so fierce that groups from opposing apps have gotten into altercations with one another on the street, and that is clearly not a sign of things going well. Now, we are still a little ways behind a similar situation in most Western countries, but there are not major structural differences that mean we couldn't.
It's pretty bad when you've got rival gig economy workers get into little bitch fights on the street, and for what? It's not any sort of personal vendetta. It's just, in the end, it's like you're fighting over. It's like one mega corporation versus another mega corporation. Neither of them care about the two people fighting. And if one of them gets injured, well, they'll just be sacked by their company and replaced with someone else. It's sick. None of these companies are worth fighting over. If anything, they need to be fighting over you. They need to be pitted against each other in a race to the top to see who can offer you the best pay and the best benefits. That's how it's really supposed to work. Gig economy workers going to turn into gang wars, yeah. I mean, true and real. That's what this sounds like is going. I mean, it really does seem like we could see a day when Uber and Lyft drivers get into fisticuffs on the street. And not just because, one of them nicked the other one's car.
The point is that this should be a scary story with a lot of things that sound very familiar, which is not great. But it gets worse. So far, all of this has been ignoring the big push to automate gig work as quickly as possible. Drivers replaced by robotaxis, delivery drivers replaced with little fridges on wheels, and Etsy creatives replaced with an avalanche of AI-generated slop. Unfortunately, as this technology progresses, there is really no way it ends well for the most vulnerable workers depending on these kinds of gigs to pay their bills.
It won't. They're going to end up in depression-era conditions, selling apples and pencils on a corner, or just practically begging for money. And you get enough people like that in desperate conditions, eventually you're going to have a recipe for social unrest. And so that's where the paths diverge, where those in positions of influence and power do the right thing, improve working conditions, look at some sort of rudimentary form of universal basic income, or do something to unleash a wave of entrepreneurialism or some sort of economic revitalization. Or we have situations where you draft able-bodied young people, send them off to die in some pointless war, or you just have mass genocide. I don't know how it all ends. I just know that a lot of people are going to be hurt in the process of these radical changes that are going on. And that's not good. That's why Europe is pushing digital currency and digital ID so hard. Resistance in that scenario will be impossible. Nearly. Not completely impossible.
If the AI bubble collapses, then it's going to take a lot of the economy down with it. And the first thing that people are going to sacrifice are expenses.
I don't even think that the AI bubble needs to be popped in order for the economy to go down. I mean, yeah, there is a sort of .com-like bubble around AI right now. But I don't think it needs to pop for the economy to go down. I think there's already enough factors in play here that even if that were not to happen, we'd still see an economic downturn.
Of Uber Eats orders. If the AI bubble doesn't collapse, it will most likely be because the technology gets to a point where it is completely able to replace workers in labor-heavy industries, like food delivery. No matter which way this all goes, it's probably not going to end well for people who are already not doing well. Now, I will actually be making an entire video next week about this dismal endgame, so make sure to subscribe for that. But shameless plug aside, the point is that these platforms know the best way to get the most out of this game is to remove this piece entirely and just hope it doesn't take this one out with it. It's a dangerous gambit that might
will. The more sustainable model is to pay the drivers a fair wage so that they in turn can be your customers. And then it becomes more self-sustaining. But that doesn't look good on paper. And private equity has always had the general attitude of fuck the employees, and even to a certain extent, fuck the customers. Because all they want is their money back, plus a certain ROI, return on investment. That's all they cared about. The entire world can crash and burn around them, and they would not give two shits about it, so long as they got their money back, and as long as they got a decent return on their investment.
Might not pay off, but even if it doesn't, it won't really matter. Go and watch this video next to find out why the stock market is still booming even in a terrible economy to find out how. And don't forget to like and subscribe to keep on learning how money works.
Alright, gave that a like. Drop in links in chat for everyone. Speaking of other tech companies and tech-fueled bubbles, don't know if any of you have used Amazon as of late. Kinda sucks now. The idea of timely delivery, same day, next day, 2-day delivery, for a lot of items just seems to have evaporated. Any thoughts on the possible SpaceX IPO? I didn't even know there was an IPO going on. Not even sure why Elon would need other people's money. He's got plenty of money at this point, but also that's sort of the name of the game, is to get rich using other people's money. And that's probably the angle there with the SpaceX IPO. It's another one of those companies that until private space travel becomes much more viable, it's not really it's going to be one of those fashionable tech stocks that doesn't really give a good return on investment, and the fundamentals probably won't add up. Space is expensive. It is quite expensive to get a rocket up into space and clear the Earth's atmosphere. Even if it is to just deliver a satellite into Earth orbit, or get supplies up to the International Space Station. It could also be that, you know, a lot of Elon's money, through Tesla, through SpaceX, through and also through ownership of X, so much of Elon's wealth has come from government contracts. He has gotten very rich off of government contracts. The worry I have is that investors want to abandon Mars in favor of low Earth orbit projects. Yeah, they probably will. It's one of those things where low Earth orbit projects are kind of a necessary stepping stone towards getting to Mars. But unless you have men of vision like Elon, they're not going to push very strongly to keep going towards Mars. Because on paper, it just looks better to keep focusing on LEO projects. People in the beginning and in the short term will always say, Mars is too expensive, it doesn't make economic sense, so we're not going to do that. It takes somebody being brave enough to say, no, we're going to Mars, we're going to take the risk, we're going to lose some money on it, but it's worth it in the long run, because we'll learn a lot in the process, and we need to start building colonies out in space. There'll be plenty of people that will fight those individuals tooth and nail to keep from going to Mars, because we need to make big line go up. And that means low Earth orbit projects. Until those no longer make any money and the whole thing crashes and burns, and everybody just, you know, takes the award and goes home. I mean, I hope it's successful. I think it's an incredible time to live in, that we have a company like SpaceX, whose focus is on getting rockets up into space, getting a Mars colony, low Earth orbit projects, possibly even getting a man on the moon again. I think it's fantastic that we live in a time when something like that can be even contemplated as a private company having a public offering. And I hope they're successful. But yeah, I don't know. I heard an estimate you need something like $10 trillion to get Mars to a self-sustaining level. Yeah, you probably will. And given the state of inflation, may come a time where $10 trillion is like $1 billion or $1 million to us today. Also a blank canvas for human ingenuity. Yeah, that's true. So we'll see what happens. I hope it's successful. Like I said, I hope it's successful. But I don't know. It's going to need strong men of vision to continue to be at the helm. To keep pushing to get to Mars and beyond. Because on paper, it doesn't make financial sense. And so much of the money from investors and from private equity lacks that sort of vision. They don't care about it. They only care about getting their money back and getting a return. And if that's all you care about, well, that's not the sort of thinking and attitude that gets men on the moon or gets men to Mars to build a colony there. That is short-term, narrow-minded, even a visionless form of vision. That's why I say that most companies are better off ignoring their investors and their stakeholders to focus on customers. As long as you focus on customers, keep them happy, the bottom line tends to take care of itself. And especially if you take care of both your customers and your employees, the bottom line just tends to take care of itself. Rumors are they want to build infrastructure to compete with Amazon on data centers in space, and they need the IPO money to do that. I don't doubt it. There's always been a sort of rivalry between Jeff Bezos and Elon Musk, especially where space travel is concerned. Well, speaking of Jeff Bezos and Amazon, here's a video titled, "Why Amazon Sucks Now."
It's no secret that I've never been a big fan of Amazon. In my opinion, their prices aren't great, their business model encourages reckless overconsumption, they've monopolized the retail market and are known for driving small businesses to bankruptcy. They're rife with ethical issues surrounding the pay and the treatment of their employees and the way they do business with their independent sellers. They've admitted to using surveillance pricing tactics to price gouge customers, and Jeff Bezos is a giant douchebag. So for all those reasons and more, I'm not a Prime member, and I do my best to avoid shopping on Amazon whenever possible. But with all of that said, there is one area where Amazon does excel, and it's the one thing that I do end up buying from them in most cases, which is those weird little niche items that you can't really find elsewhere.
Like this rubber keyboard cover that keeps my MacBook clean and protected.
Or these stick-on carpet treads for the stairs that stop Levi from slipping and falling down.
If she lived in Japan, those sorts of things you could probably find at like Daiso or 3 Coins or someplace like that. Or maybe even Tokyo Hands.
But despite my personal disdain for the company and its founder, Amazon is undeniably a behemoth in the retail sector. It's
all that crap she's talking about is mostly relisted from AliExpress. Yeah, probably find it on AliExpress, and they're worse than Amazon.
Literally the biggest retailer in the world behind Walmart, which also sucks, by the way. But I guess that's to say that most people don't.
Except if you're a lorry driver for Walmart, their truck drivers make decent money. They got decent treatment, and also get pretty good home time too. Like, you get genuine weekends off. Some of them even are just day cab drivers that they're home daily. So it's great if you're a truck driver with Walmart. I don't know if I'd want to be anything else with Walmart.
Feel the way that I do about Amazon, or even
I've actually picked up loads and delivered to Walmart distribution centers and Sam's Club distribution centers before, and it's a pretty good gig. It's an orderly process. It can be different depending on which distribution centers you go to, but it's an overall pleasant process, and the people that work at the DCs are fairly easy to deal with. And it's mostly just a sort of thing that, we call drop and hook, where you drop off an empty trailer, pick up your assigned loaded trailer, grab your paperwork, and you're off. So, pretty good gig. Whether you're, third party, over the road, lorry driver, or if you're a company driver with Walmart. But yeah, I don't know. They're working in the actual Walmart locations themselves. Don't know if I want to do that. DCs, I'm not sure about that either. No doubt they'll be replaced by those Indian-owned truck companies who only employ Indian drivers with dubious qualifications. That sort of stuff they're slowly but surely cracking down on in the business. I think there was a headline I read somewhere that about just under 10,000 truck drivers sidelined because they can't pass an English comprehension test. So, sort of tightening the noose on a lot of those people, because they know that it's DOT and the administration. They know it is a safety issue, especially seeing that states like California will absolutely just give a CDL to anyone with a pulse, and even CDLs with no name given listed. Most of the other states, you don't really have to worry about that. It's California that is the driver of the biggest problems. But safeguards are tightening. It's not fast enough, but changes are in the works and being implemented as we speak.
if they do, the allure of its selection and especially its convenience is enough to keep people hooked regardless. But in the last few years, Amazon has notably changed, and not for the better. As I said, for a long time, they've stood as a direct competitor to other big box retailers.
Amazon has gone the route of enshittification. For a long time, they practically gave away the store, and now they're clawing back money and equity and everything else they get their hands on to pay off their investors. Guess we need a few more horrific crashes first. Yeah, that's what it's going to take, unfortunately, to see real, dramatic, sweeping change. And not only are you going to have to see that, but you're going to have to see it highly publicized in so-called mainstream media outlets. We've already seen one instance, most recently with a truck driver, Indian, stoned off his gourd and just plowed into stopped traffic and just sent careening off the road, rig on fire and everything. The video that I saw from the dash cam was just, it was horrifying. And somehow, some way, that driver, I believe, managed to survive. I would say that he's going to have the deaths of a lot of people on his conscience, but he probably doesn't have a conscience. Because there is that whole thing of izzat in Indian culture. Jeff has lost control of Amazon in a lot of ways. It was better when he had supreme control. Yeah, but nobody can maintain that sort of supreme control forever. I mean, after all, he wants to build rockets and go into space. I think you need a soul to have a conscience. Yes, and there's a lot of ungodly people who have neither in this intractable world.
Places like Walmart, Best Buy, Toys R Us, Home Depot, PetSmart, but with the unique advantage of kind of being able to capture all of those stores' markets simultaneously, along with a bunch of other random items and knickknacks, all with the benefit of 2-day Prime shipping. And I mean, technically, I guess all of that is still sort of true, but more recently, Amazon has seemingly been niching down to focus primarily not on selling recognizable brand name goods that you could find at any other store, but to sell cheaply made, off-branded garbage products that you've never heard of before. Let me show you what I mean.
And quite often they get rebranded as Amazon Essentials.
If you search on Amazon for any product, let's just say, for example, an espresso machine, you will see the well-known brands like DeLonghi and Breville or Philips, but at least half the results are cheap knockoffs. Like this one from a company called AMZ Chef, or Casa Brew, or what the hell is a Yabano espresso machine, or Olikes, I don't even know what the hell that's supposed to say.
Le Grill? What the hell is that?
But options aren't a bad thing, right? Isn't that kind of what makes Amazon great?
I mean, yeah, they're giving you choices, but it's like Chinese knockoff brand A versus same Chinese knockoff with brand B slapped on it instead. Yeah, I step... Yeah, I stepped down to focus on Blue Origin. I think it was the right choice there, since SpaceX needs an actual competitor. Yeah. No, competition is good. Choices, yes, with air quotes.
The fact that their selection is so much bigger than all the brick and mortar
advisedly.
stores. And I mean, the reviews on these machines look pretty good, which is what matters, right? So if you can find a less expensive version of whatever product you're looking for, and it's decent quality, then what's the problem? Well, actually, there are a few problems here. For starters, Amazon doesn't list their products in order of best to worst reviewed, nor most to least popular. In fact, if you look closely, you'll see that many of the top results say sponsored.
Yeah, they're sponsored listings right there at the beginning because those companies have paid for that sponsorship, and that's the product that they've decided they want to push. And even those that aren't sponsored, the ones that hit the top of the search list, they are the ones that Amazon has decided that's the product that they want to move in that particular hour or that particular time of day or that particular day, week, month, whatever. It's no longer about what is the highly rated product. I remember a time with Amazon where only the top rated products would be listed first, and you didn't have things like sponsored product listings. And you could quite easily filter by, okay, what's the highest rated? What offers Prime shipping? Okay, we're going with that. Simple. And then shitification happened, and all of that got fucked up.
Many people don't realize this, but in most cases, when you're ordering something from Amazon, you're not actually ordering something directly from Amazon.
No.
You're ordering from an independent seller who's paying Amazon exorbitant fees to list their product on their website. The sellers ship their inventory to Amazon to be stored in their warehouses and delivered by their drivers, but you're actually buying from that third-party seller who only gets paid when you place an order and who gets dinged when you make a return. That means that Amazon is technically just a drop shipper, which is why you'll often see identical products being listed under multiple different brand names and being offered at various different prices. And it also means that in order to get their products seen and sold, sellers need to have their products show up at the top of the search results. And Amazon, being the benevolent gods that they are, they allow sellers to pay for that privilege by sponsoring their listings. But even ranking as the very first search result wouldn't be helpful if the reviews on your product were bad, right? Well, the good news is that it's incredibly easy to buy fake reviews that help your product stand out.
Oh. Even the Amazon reviews are a complete scam. Purchase Amazon reviews while being compliant. Yeah, I'm fairly certain that's not how that's supposed to work. That purchasing reviews are somehow not compliant. We connect your product to our network of experienced product testers who will try your product and leave a high-quality verified review. Start seeing reviews on your product within 15 days. So it's the whole secret shopper campaign. I had this problem with Amazon recently. I was looking for an NIC with an Intel chipset, but the store is full of cards from Chinese companies where they desolder Intel chips from old server cards and build new cards with those chips. What you described, Joe, it sounds like they're just building some sort of Frankenstein computer or something.
And many, if not most sellers, are doing just that.
Amazon makes billions of dollars by charging companies to appear in their fake search results. On average, the top 4 results are 25% more expensive than the best deal, and the best deal on average ranks 17th on the search page.
That means that as the consumer, you shell out your
You have
hard
to go down 17 places, sometimes even 17 pages over to find the best deal. That is dreadful. Absolutely dreadful.
earned money for a product that you expect to be good based on its high rankings and its good reviews, only to get it and realize that it's actually a cheap piece of shit. Where do we...
Yeah, I had to do that with one or two headsets that I needed for my work. Most of them I ended up returning because they were shit. And the one I have now is not really all that great either. But it's cheap and, you know, it's what I can afford. And it does the job, barely. But it beats having to shell out hundreds upon hundreds of dollars for a super expensive Bluetooth headset that's sold in truck stops all over the country. Joe, thank you so much for the gift sub to Valeran. Valeran, enjoy your subscription courtesy of our Joe the Second here.
Seen this before. Oh yeah. But Amazon wasn't always like this. They used to be regarded...
Oh yeah. No,
Oh, yeah.
See this chart? These little portable gaming consoles? Yeah, this is another one of those. I mean, it's a fairly decent platform that you can use to, if you've got like a micro SD card with a lot of game ROMs on them, you can plug that in and you've got yourself an instant portable retro gaming device. But these things are everywhere, sold by multiple different companies, most of them Chinese. The whole thing itself is a Chinese knockoff. Yeah, it's... I don't even think that... Not sure what that translates to in freedom dollars or British pounds, but not too bad. Really, that's about all it's worth of even that. Oh, look. Timmy Ho's branded underoos. How quaint.
But Amazon wasn't always like this. They used to be regarded for their legitimacy and their selection, and especially their frictionless customer experience. But now, they're turning into just another cluttered dogshit marketplace, selling counterfeit dogshit products from China that aren't even worth as much as the box they're shipped in. And I'm...
Because that's the easy thing to do when you're trying to pay back private equity and your investors. Because they don't care how many corners you have to cut. They want their fucking money back. And quite often, this is the easiest, most convenient way to make sure they get it back. All the while, the whole thing just continues to slowly decline, slowly crash and burn. And it ultimately leads to the end of these platforms. Predatory part is how they sometimes try to pawn them off as genuine, or at least obfuscate the nature. Yes. There's plenty of times where items have been sold on Amazon, but it's claimed that they are the genuine article, and they are nothing of the kind. One of the most prominent examples I can think of is Rode. Australian company, creates mixing boards, podcasting equipment, microphones, that sort of thing. And they had to put up a note on the top of their website to say, we have never sold any items on Amazon. And if you are buying them off of Amazon, you are probably buying a fake product, a knockoff. Advising people to only go with their authorized retailers, which Amazon is not one of them, or at least it wasn't. Or to just buy direct from the Rode website. You might find this interesting. There are browser scripts to do these things. Browser scripts to do what exactly? I guess I don't understand.
Far from the only one who's noticed this. So the question is, what happened and why? As we get into this video, we're going to be talking about sketchy business practices, overconsumption, spending habits, and how all of this affects you, because it absolutely does. I think it's so common for people to get stuck in these patterns of behavior that don't serve them and not even realize it. As the saying goes, old habits die hard, and often this can mean feeling stagnant, like you're not progressing in the way you want to be in life, be it with your money management, your personal routines, or especially your career. That feeling of being stuck is a lot more common than you may realize, and often what you need is just a strategy and someone to hold you accountable. Trust me, I've been there. Today's sponsor, Strawberry.me, you actually want to go. Head over to strawberry.me/accordingtonicole or click the link below.
One, tell you where an Amazon products come from. Two, tell you if a YouTube channel is largely owned by a venture capital firm. Oh, very interesting. That is an interesting point. There are several YouTube channels that try to pass themselves off as independent content creators, and when in reality, they are completely bought and paid for by venture capital. One of the most obvious examples, I think, is Mr. Beast.
To take a short quiz and get matched with a certified career coach today. About a year ago, I made a video called The Shitification of Everything, where I talked about planned obsolescence and why the quality of so many products seems to be diminishing. And while many of you left comments on that video informing me that the term is actually inshitification and it's nothing new, it's something that's well documented. Here I was thinking that I made up a cool word. Inshitification is a phrase that was coined by an author and journalist named Cory Doctorow. He actually released a book with the same title earlier this year.
Yeah, he started out with I think it was for Wired, a fast company, that he wrote an article about the inshitification of TikTok. And that just expanded. I guess he's got a book out now called Inshitification. Why everything suddenly got worse and what to do about it. may have to see if there's an audiobook of this. I may want to pick that up and listen to it.
Here, Doctorow describes enshittification as a three-step process where an online platform starts off by offering a high-value experience to their users,
Yes,
which helps
this
them
is what
gain
I'm talking about,
popularity
chat.
and lock people into their ecosystem, only to then start abusing their users in favor of their business customers, and then to eventually start abusing their business customers as well. Why do they do this? All in effort to maximize profits by any means
Because they
necessary,
can.
of course, even if that means turning their company into a giant pile of useless shit in the process. And that's exactly what happens. I talked about this entire process in a video that I put out recently called The Rise of Bait and Switch Marketing, but this is precisely what Amazon's done. From the outside perspective of just being like a normal consumer,
And this will all continue on until it doesn't work anymore. But I think we may be waiting a long time for it to stop working anymore.
one would assume that the degradation of the quality of Amazon's products and services
The beatings will continue until the profit margins improve.
would ultimately hurt their bottom line.
True.
You think
real.
that customers would get increasingly fed up and choose to shop elsewhere, right? But Amazon doesn't care. And here's why. Only about 39% of Amazon's revenue comes from online sales. And while that is still the largest single segment of their revenue, that means that they make more than 60% of their money from other things. Things like third-party seller fees, which make up 25% of their revenue. Amazon Web Services, which is their cloud computing platform and accounts for 17% of their revenue. Plus, of course, there are various other income streams, like advertising services and Prime memberships. So, following the enshittification process to a T, Amazon began by offering what was honestly a fantastic value proposition to consumers. And then once everyone became reliant on them, they started to shift their focus to prioritizing their sellers over their buyers, realizing that collecting listing and advertisement fees from sellers is an easy way to generate revenue with or without actually selling products. And now that they've monopolized,
Yeah, they're just cutting corners, taking the easy way out the entire way. And it shows. The smart thing to do would be to keep your customers happy. And to a certain extent, keep your sellers happy. But that's not the easy thing. And the cowards in charge would rather take the easy way out. Very often, what is easy and convenient versus what is the right thing to do are mutually exclusive. Corporations and big businesses will almost always choose what is convenient over what is right.
The whole world really, and become the biggest online retailer in existence, they know two things to be true. Number one being that most customers are in way too deep to jump ship and will continue to tread shit-filled waters if that means that they get 2-day shipping and they get to watch Prime Video. And being the juggernaut that they are, small independent sellers have really no choice but to play their game, no matter how rigged it may be, if they want to make any sales at all. This means that Amazon will happily let sketchy sellers sell sketchy garbage, as long as they can continue to profit from them. And profit they do. Seemingly every year, Amazon increases their listing and fulfillment fees, leaving their sellers with less and less of the pie. As of 2023, sellers pay approximately 50% of their gross revenue to Amazon, up from 40% just 5 years prior.
Half the gross revenue. That can only lead to higher prices in a time where prices are already through the roof on everything.
Razor-thin margins to be had, sellers depend on volume in order to sustain their businesses. And the only way to get volume on Amazon is to pay for increased exposure via sponsored listings and or to load your products with thousands of glowing reviews. Which, even if it is a good product, it takes a ton of sales volume to generate those reviews legitimately, right? And you can only get those sales if you rank highly in the search results, and you can only rank highly if you pay Amazon or have a ton of good reviews.
Basically, you have to be a big player with a lot of money to be able to pay to win. That's the gist of the whole system. It's pay to win, and it's something that only the big players can afford to do. Sellers need new selling platforms. Yes, they do. By the way, welcome in, Chile. They really do. Trouble is, still takes a lot to get something like that going. And even then, you're going up against the full might of Amazon and a whole lot of other competitors out there. So the competition is quite brutal. How is you, Rex? I'm doing all right, all things considered.
We've just gone in a full circle here, haven't we? I guess that's why so many sellers buy fake reviews. And Amazon knows this is happening because honestly it's been happening for a long time, but they have no incentive to do anything about it.
Yeah, and they're not going to. Because, as she mentioned, there's no incentive. Just like there's little incentive for platforms like Twitch to do anything about botted views. Or bot follows. Because if they get too aggressive about that, advertisers will find out that not as many people as they thought were actually watching the adverts. Which means they'll pull their adverts and Twitch loses money. Amazon will still underwrite their failure to a certain extent, but there comes a point where Amazon can't look the other way.
Because money. Then of course, there's also Amazon Basics, because as if having to compete with hundreds of thousands of other independent sellers wasn't hard enough, Amazon also has their own brand of products, which conveniently happen to rank as the first or second search result in nearly every category they're in.
Yeah, funny how that works.
Dog poop bags, Amazon Basics is #1. Light bulbs, Amazon Basics is #1. Towels, Amazon Basics, surprise, is #1. And once again, this is in no way an indication that these products are necessarily the best option available.
They're oftentimes not. Oftentimes they're shit. But because Amazon Basics is owned by Amazon, guess what? That's going to appear first on the search results. Because that's more money for them.
They're just the ones that Amazon wants to point you towards because then they get to keep all the profits to themselves.
Yeah.
Actually, I can tell you firsthand that I bought an Amazon Basics branded iPhone cable once, and it was an absolute turd. But it was the #1 ranking option with thousands of 5-star reviews.
Of course it is.
But there's one more piece.
Well, I mean, what do you want to bet? Amazon's probably buying a lot of their own 5-star reviews. They're probably engaging in the same sort of behavior, or they might not even need to buy those reviews. They probably just can have them inputted by someone at the company, and nobody's the wiser.
To this puzzle that I only briefly touched on before. For the last decade or two, Amazon has had very little competition. They've basically been untouchable. No other business has been able to come close to offering the selection they do with the speed and ease that they do. And that's still pretty much true. But a few years ago, one company popped up, which did give Amazon a run for its money. And believe it or not, that's Temu. Temu still can't really compete with the selection. I mean, you're definitely not going to find genuine brand name anything there. And they also can't compete with the shipping times, though they are getting faster. But they absolutely kick Amazon's ass in one category, and that's price. In the world we're currently living,
I mean, Temu just sort of dispenses with all pretense. You go on Temu, you're buying Chinese knockoff shit. They make no bones about any of that. But at least the one saving grace is that they're honest about it. We live in hell, yeah. Best way to look at reviews is to only trust the negative ones. Welcome in, Orthopox. And that is true. It has gotten to the point where 5-star reviews no longer really mean anything. And the best way to judge a product or service is to look at the negative reviews. Because those seem to be the only ones you can really trust. And even then, those might be fake. Because there's plenty, there's just as much as there is plenty of fake positive reviews out there, there's plenty of fake negative reviews. If you want to attack a competitor and their product and service, one of the easiest things to do is to just have one of these bot farms in China, India, wherever, post a bunch of negative reviews about something. All these one-star reviews with somewhat broken English, prattling on about nothing in particular, making it sound like it might be sort of relevant, but you can't really tell.
Where
Plus spelling errors and other human indicators to avoid bot-generated ones, yes.
consumption is the norm, there has been a noticeable shift in consumers' priorities when shopping. More and more, people are seemingly happy to accept a subpar product if the price is cheap enough, because they know that they can just easily replace it when inevitably it breaks after a few uses.
Those people are fools with money. It's better to buy quality. The saying remains true no matter what. Buy cheap, buy twice. And they are basically saying they are okay with spending more money over the long term rather than just a simple upfront purchase of a quality product. Depends on the product and the reason for buying it. Fair point. But I don't know. It just seems like it's more, it sounds like conditioning to me. It sounds like people have been conditioned to accept mediocrity and poor quality rather than demand high quality at a fair price. A fool is easily parted from his money, but most people also don't have any fucking money anymore, so true, very real. Generally, I think you're correct. Yeah, it's better to pay a little extra for good quality rather than having to, like I said, buy cheap, buy twice. Because over the long term, I think you'll end up spending more money than if you were to just buy the quality product. There are niched reasons for slop products. That is true. That is true. And then sometimes you get lucky. Like there's a pair of Bluetooth earbuds that I've had. I think I only paid something like $30 for them. Obvious, what should be cheap Chinese garbage. But damn it if the things didn't work and hold up fairly decently for several years. Like, about as long as you would expect more expensive earbuds. Actually, I compare them to a pair of Bose earbuds I bought, thinking those would be decent quality, and those things ended up failing on me within about a year. Wouldn't hold a charge or anything. And these, from some no-name Chinese company, have actually held up much better than they almost, I think I had them almost 5 years before they finally stopped holding a charge, and the call quality and audio quality had faded so much from them that I just chucked them away, spent another $30 and bought the newest generation model. Niche reading for slot products like disposable batteries and gag gifts. Yes. Those are the sorts of things I suppose you could buy cheap and buy twice, just because...
I've talked about this in several videos in the past, so I won't go too deeply into the social or economic or environmental issues with this mentality, but the point is that platforms like Temu have in many ways skewed our perception of what things are supposed to cost and the level of quality that we should find acceptable when we shop. And so, over and above the fact that Amazon is complacent in actively allowing their store to be overrun with trash as long as they can continue to squeeze every possible dollar out of the sellers providing them with said trash, consumers are at least partially to blame for happily wasting their money and filling their homes with massive quantities of the cheapest, most disposable crap they can find. Amazon has reached the final stage of the enshittification process. They've lured everyone in and then turned hostile both on their retail and business customers, sacrificing all of them in the name of shareholder profits. And I think that that's the important takeaway here. These publicly traded tech giants don't exist to serve the public, and they don't exist to platform small businesses, nor to engage in productive commerce. They only exist to drive up their own stock prices in any way they can, even if that means running themselves into the ground in the process. And I think that's exactly what's happening here. We've seen this with Facebook.
Yeah, they are absolutely running themselves into the ground, and they will run themselves into the ground. And we have to prepare ourselves for the eventual day that we don't have things like Amazon anymore, or Amazon Prime shipping, or any of those things that we've grown accustomed to over the years.
Facebook, we've seen this with Instagram, we've seen this with Uber and Netflix and Airbnb and pretty much every other venture capital-backed tech startup that starts out great and then gradually nukes itself with greed. I won't tell you to never shop with Amazon.
Greedy.
As I said, even I do sometimes. Unfortunately, I think it's unavoidable, but I certainly don't make them my first option, and I would encourage you not to either. Every time that I mention Amazon in one of my videos, someone likes to jump to the comments and point out that I have several Amazon affiliate links in the description of all my videos, like it's some sort of gotcha, but it's really not. The thing that Amazon does best is
she's just doing what she has to do to get that bag.
Making products available to a global market.
You can have Amazon affiliate links and still think that the platform's shit.
And with so many people asking things like what kind of camera I use or whatever else, the easiest thing I can do is link to an Amazon product. But let me make this very, very clear. I would much rather you go buy something locally. I'm not making bank off those links either way. I literally get a few pennies for each item that someone buys, so it's definitely no sweat off my back. But I'd much rather you check the link and figure out what you want and then go find it at an independent business in your neighborhood. Jeffrey Bezos does not need any more of your money, but small business owners sure do. Beyond all that, as always, I will just encourage you guys to shop less in general. As I said at the start of the video, I'm a firm believer that Amazon's business model encourages reckless overconsumption and impulse shopping. It's just too easy to find some thingamajig and then mindlessly order it in seconds. If you don't truly need something, don't buy it. Buying shit from Amazon is not a hobby, and it's not an effective cure for boredom or loneliness.
Yeah, it's never going to fill that hole in your heart. That sort of thing can only be filled by people and by a personal relationship with Jesus Christ.
Walk your dog or something. Go to the shelter and volunteer if you don't have one. And if you are going to buy something from anywhere really, but especially from Amazon, opt for the best quality that you can reasonably afford, especially when it comes to electronics. Avoid generic items with random unknown brand names. These are generally just dropship products from Alibaba, and not only are you overpaying for them, but they're almost guaranteed to be garbage. Maybe this is an unfounded paranoia on my part, but I always worry those things are gonna spontaneously combust while plugged in and burn my house down, so...
Did anyone else develop a fear of crockpots after watching This Is Us? No, because I never watched This Is Us. That show never interested me. And honestly, like so many other modern television shows, it just looked like absolute shit.
Oh yeah, for electronics, I always want something reputable. But hey, as always, this is just my 2 cents, and I would love to hear yours in the comment section below. Let me know if you've noticed Amazon getting worse over the last couple years. Has it changed how you shop with them? Have you found yourself shopping less, buying less things in general? Let me know. If you like this video, like the video, subscribe for more. You can follow me on Instagram at according_to_Nicole. Don't forget to check out strawberry.me at the link in the description box down below. You can also scan this QR code. Other than that, thank you guys so much as always for watching. Take care, and I'll see you next week.
Yay, patrons. There's a link in chat for everybody. We'll give that a like. We'll give that a watch. And chat, I need to step away for just a moment. I will be right back. Alright, everybody, I'm back. Let's see what else we have to react to. Actually, there's a good one here. Jaden Animations. You'll mind if I complain for 15 minutes? Talking about, well, what we just saw with Amazon, just sort of a general inshittification of everything. Let's check it out.
A while ago, I went to the bank to get a new debit card. I walked in, the lady asked, "Can I help you?" And I said, "I'd like a new debit card, please." Her face scrunched a bit, and then she replied, "Let me see what I can do. Would you take a seat for a moment?" I sat in the lobby chair.
I know that look, Chad. That's the fuck you, you're making me do actual work, and I hate you for it. This waiting in the chair over here for some ungodly amount of time, it's a humiliation ritual. That's what it is.
For 30 minutes, assuming that she was doing everything in her power to get me a new debit card.
Insert narrator voice, but she wasn't doing everything she could to get Jaden a new bank card.
And when the lady finally came back, she simply said, "No, we don't do that." But you're the bank. For the
Yeah, it's not that they can't do it. She just doesn't want to. Most banks you go to in the United States, they will be able to issue you a card. But if not there at the branch, they can get the process started to where it's delivered to you in the post. So them saying, "No, we don't do that here," that is, it's not a question of they can't do it, they just don't want to, because that involves them doing actual work.
longest time, I've been tossing around this little thought. I don't know if it's just me, but it kind of feels like the world around us doesn't quite work anymore. At least compared to, say, a decade ago, it seems...
Yeah, she's not wrong. Everything sucks compared to a decade ago. Because at least 10 years ago, shit still worked to some degree. But this is what happens when you get the wrong people in positions of authority that decide to tolerate mediocrity and push their own little pet project agendas and everything else besides just make everything fucking work and only employ the best people to do the job. Most do. Some of them will never do it in person, but at least mail them, yes. Yeah. If I lose my debit card, I can always walk into a bank, into my bank, and if they can't issue me one right there and then at that location, they can at least have one mailed to me. And quite often they can get it overnighted, even if I have to pay a small fee, which I don't mind. But yeah, that I would be finding, at this point, if I were in Jaden's position, I would be telling them, you are either going to issue me a new card, or overnight a new card to me in the post, or I am closing my accounts and I'm going with a different bank. That's what I would do. That sort of mediocre behavior like that, I do not tolerate that. Especially if you're forcing a customer, a client of yours, to wait half an hour before you come back to them and say, "Oh yeah, we don't do that here. Sorry." No, sorry will not do. You're either going to make it right, or I'm withdrawing all of my cash and everything else that I have with your bank, and I'm going to go find another bank that actually cares about me as a customer. This is another thing that I've noticed. It's sort of my barometer with, as far as the economy goes, is looking at customer service. If customer service in general is shit, if I find myself in establishments frequently running up against this general attitude of indifference or hostility to the customer, that's when I know the economy is headed in the wrong direction. You can actually sense an economy in decline or in recession when customer service is just practically non-existent. Jokes on you, banks will just deny your cash withdrawal because fuck you. I've never had that happen. And usually the threat alone is enough to get them to snap to attention. And if necessary, I will go to another bank and if not have the cash withdrawal in hand, I will initiate some sort of transfer to get that money over there and then go back to the other bank and close out the account. But one way or another, something is going to change.
Seems like everything has gotten less efficient and, dare I say, stupid. Anytime I go out to get something done, I come back 3 hours later with nothing accomplished and a fresh desire to punch a wall. I've tried to gaslight myself out of it. Maybe I'm overreacting here. Humans have always been flawed creatures, so of course it's doomed to bleed into the construction of our society. But I just keep thinking back to those 30 useless minutes in that bank chair. And I simply don't believe it. You're not gonna convince me that a bank has always been incapable of giving people new debit cards. And also that it took 30 minutes to tell me. Something has changed.
Yeah, that alone, I would be absolutely berating that woman at the bank. I would be causing the biggest scene, and in my loudest voice, just absolutely ripping her up one side, down the other, over the fact that they made me wait 30 minutes just to tell me that. I would absolutely turn into a Karen over that, and I would be totally justified as well, because that is totally unacceptable. That is the sort of answer you can get to a client or customer within minutes, if not seconds. Well deserved, and also security has been called. You know what? They can call security. They can tell them I said hello. It is at that point that those particular shit employees deserve to have shit thrown back at them. And they can call security, they can call the police. No, they're getting an earful from me. They will hear from me. Because this sort of thing cannot go on. You cannot keep treating your customers like the enemy, when those are the very people that are responsible for the lights staying on in your establishment, and for your payroll check not bouncing at the end of the week. Such a gentleman.
It really dawned on me when I watched the Always Sunny in Philadelphia episode Dennis Takes a Mental Health Day, where Dennis tries to have a normal, relaxing day, but is faced with inconveniences at every corner that spike his blood pressure. Highly recommend watching. The whole show is phenomenal, but that specific episode was so real and truly made me process things are getting less efficient. And it's not just in my head. First of all, like the episode addressed, everything needs a goddamn app now. The thermostat, air filters, light bulbs.
Yeah, smart appliances are not smart. You should not need an app to operate your thermostat or to turn on a light bulb. Those are overpriced and not very efficient, and also an invitation for external parties to try and control elements of your own dwelling space. That to me is also unacceptable. I don't care what their standards of environmentalism and energy efficiency are. If I want things cold as an icebox in my own goddamn home, then it's going to be cold as an icebox in my own goddamn home. Conversely, if I'm cold and I want it to be as hot as a sauna in my own goddamn home, then it's going to be hot as a sauna in my own goddamn home. I am going to put into my light fixtures standard LED light bulbs that do not require an app to operate. And what else did she?
Damn app now. The thermostat, air filters.
Yeah, that's another thing. Air filters don't need an app. Air purifiers and filters do not need an app to operate. I've got one right here next to my desk that does not require an app to operate. It runs just fine. I replace the filter every 6 months. And it is just a standard HEPA filter. Do not fall for these things that need apps, chat. That is a big, big scam. They are trying to sell you on a bunch of unnecessary, unneeded bells and whistles that are really just a way for people to spy on you and try to control how you live in your own goddamn home. I like those lights with remote controls. They're way better than those app-controlled ones. A remote control is different from an app-controlled. At least with the remote controls, you just swap the batteries out in the remote every so often. And, possibly even just swap out the light bulb. That's different. That's still a dumb appliance. It's not a so-called smart appliance. These smart appliances have been some of the biggest scams against the consumer in recent years.
Light bulbs! I bought the cats a new automated litter box, and guess who now has a litter box app on her phone to get it to even turn on? I'm sick of the stupid apps. They don't make life easier no matter how many times these products try to convince me they do. The UI is always clunky and confusing. Nothing is optimized. Companies act like you can part the Red Sea with their apps, when more often than not, I'm stuck trying to connect it to the device in the first place. When was the last time you bought a new anything and had it completely set up and working within 5 minutes of unboxing it? At this point, if my Wi-Fi goes out, every electronic in my house becomes a useless block of metal because none of it works on its own anymore. Everything needs Wi-Fi, an app, an account linked to my email, a subscription service, and on top of it all, they sell all the information I hand over against my will to random other companies so they can send me stupid junk mail. Also,
yeah, it's all just a cash grab for them. That's all it is. It's a cash grab. So stop buying smart appliances. Buy the dumb ones. Because at least then they can't really milk you for as much money. You could say it's a shit app. Yes, the one for the litter box, absolutely.
So, when did unchecking the sign me up for online newsletters and discounts just not work anymore? Every single time I buy something online, I make sure to not sign up for the website's stupid email notifications. And what do I find fresh in my inbox when I wake up the next morning? Check out this month's wacky deals.
How about no?
So I have an electric car, right? One day, it just straight up refused to play music. After troubleshooting for 5 minutes, it turned out I needed to download a software update to my car. Even though the music worked perfectly normal before the update. Sure, fine, the future's now. But for some reason, the car couldn't find or connect to the Wi-Fi. So because of that, I get to experience LA traffic in pure silence. I spent thousands of dollars on a car.
Yeah, okay. We've got some different we've got different problems here. You're living in LA. That's problem number one. You're driving an electric car. That's problem number two. I know they're cool and all, and LA seems to be this hip, trendy place to be, even though it's an absolute shithole. So, yeah, I would probably the big thing. Move out of LA and switch back to a petrol car. That's a problem I have with forced electrification. You're not allowed to have a chimney in a new house, so if you don't have gas and the power fails, you're going to freeze. Probably just depends on where in the world you live. But yeah, I'd be much better to have a choice. I hate cooking on electric stoves, even cooking my ass. Most of my life I've only known electric stovetops. They have gotten better a little bit, but yeah, they're not perfect. It's not quite like cooking with gas or, whatever else is out there.
Just for it to randomly not be able to perform a task cars have been able to do for the past 70 years. I do like electric cars. They're better for the environment, and it's great not having to go to the gas station. But let's not pretend the car has to be a computer now. I got one of those modern tech cars that made the innovative choice to remove all the physical buttons and knobs and put every single basic feature into the car's giant touchscreen.
That is also absolutely horrible. And I think some car companies have realized that was a mistake and have started moving back towards physical buttons. But yeah, don't buy a car where it's all where everything, absolutely everything's in a touchscreen. Even my car has a fairly decent size touchscreen, but it still has physical buttons for like the climate control and for the emergency signals and to, engage the parking brake. Not everything has to be in a touchscreen. And I would say, unless it's radio controls or multimedia controls, it doesn't need to be in a touchscreen. That's not as cool as you think, and eventually those things fail. She doesn't want to say she bought a Tesla. See, I don't know if it's necessarily that she bought a Tesla. There's plenty of other electric cars out there that have these same problems. I mean, you have that with everything from Volvo's Polestar to some of the all-electric Subarus. Gosh, what else is out there? I know Mercedes, I think, has gone the same way. Audi may have done the same. There's a lot of companies out there that everything has been integrated into one gigantic touchscreen. You guys have cars? For now, anyway.
Before getting it, I didn't think that would affect my experience too much. I thought, well, when I drive, I normally don't fiddle with the buttons all the time anyway, but now I have to deal with things like not being able to manually open the glove compartment because it has no latch. I have to speak into the car microphone, "Open glove compartment," and every single time it opens the charging port. Didn't think about that one before.
That's ridiculous. It's a bloody glove compartment, man. Just lift the catch and open it. This is way overcomplicating things. It's just a glove box. But electric car is a manual gear stick. Yeah, in the shape of an 8-ball.
Or buying. Also, when I do need to do something while driving, it feels way more unsafe than I initially realized. They didn't even build AC.
Because technically it is unsafe. Anything that is not just like one-touch operation is unsafe. And yeah, it's why you had physical buttons for so many years. I think this notion of putting everything into a gigantic iPad screen, not necessarily to be futuristic or to look cool or anything like that, I honestly think it is just a cost-cutting measure. Because those same cars that you see everything integrated into one gigantic screen, very often you look at those interiors and they are cheap as fuck. When things are so simple, they go right back round to overcomplicated. Yes. That's exactly it. They've tried to so simplify things that it just got back to being overcomplicated. I started noticing this with like BMW in the 2000s when they started doing that stupid iDrive setup where everything was integrated into a control knob underneath the armrest. That was absolutely ridiculous. And you had to use that for everything, even to get the aircon to work. It was stupid. And it was years before they finally started moving away from that and back to physical buttons. Once again.
Knobs, so to turn up the air, I have to essentially play on the car iPad while paying attention to oncoming traffic. Correct me if I'm wrong, because I'm neither an engineer or car specialist, but that feels stupid. Apparently, enough people started complaining about the lack of buttons in high-tech cars, so they started putting them back in, which now puts into question these experts making these decisions in the first place.
It was all just a cost-cutting measure. The experts are complete and total blithering idiots, and most of them are part of a consultant class that are just there to milk money out of other companies and claim that they're so smart and go off and perpetuate the same scam to the next unwitting victim in the form of a large company. LED headlights should be banned. I had a 2005 car with halogens driving behind me yesterday, and it was nice not being blinded when I glanced in the mirror. They can be terribly bright. I think we can probably meet halfway and have it to where the LED headlights are just not as bright, or only as bright as old-fashioned halogens.
What do you mean thousands of people had to say using a giant iPad while driving is unsafe? Before they were like, you know what? These people might be onto something. A few weeks after I bought the car, I accidentally stepped on glass and needed to go to urgent care. So Jacob and I hopped in, and as we started driving down the neighborhood, the screen got covered with "Software update required." Thinking it was a simple fix, Jacob pulled off to the side of the road and clicked download, to which the car completely locked and became undrivable until it finished the download. which was 45 minutes. I ended up having to call an Uber to go to urgent care, despite owning a fully functioning car. Lesson learned, I suppose. They got me again. Also, I don't know how a car can download a software update on the side of the road and not in my own goddamn garage. It all just feels so dumb. Nothing feels like it's checked to make sure the customer has a half-decent user experience anymore, because companies think slapping an app together makes something high-tech enough to get away with slop. And on top of it all, everything is a subscription service. Why can't I simply buy my stupid computer car and have it come with the tech that's already built into it? Subscribe to be able to connect to the internet. Subscribe to enable auto steering. For a while, companies were thinking,
oh, it's even worse than that. There are even car companies out there that want you to pay a subscription service just to have access to your own goddamn heated seats. A subscription service to use your own heated seats in your own car that you've already paid for. They could be slightly yellow. That would be nice too. Yeah, go back to the old ways when they actually had headlights with yellow lenses on top of them, and horsepower. They toyed with that idea too. Yes. Yeah, they want to make everything a subscription service because they just want to milk all of your money out of you, because they are just all a bunch of greedy bastards and sons of whores.
about turning the seat warmers into a subscription. The heating coil is already in the car that I bought. Just leave us alone. Imagine pitching to someone 15 years ago, oh yeah, the car you bought? Yeah, it's all yours.
I believe that it should be legally as well as morally and ethically permissible that whoever proposed turning heated seats in cars into a subscription service, you should legally be able to get away with punching them in the face. I believe that that should be legally, morally, and ethically permissible. Because that is what they fucking deserve, at a minimum. I can sort of understand it for navigation and self-driving since they have to maintain the services. Perhaps. But you know if you give them an inch, they'll take a mile. So you know what? No, not even for navigation and self-driving. There was an app to use light-up bits on this one pair of shoes. The app company lost their license or something like that. Customer lost his shoes' functionality. It's a miracle they could even still walk in them. Because, you know, they'll try to make that into a subscription service too.
But you have to pay money every month to use the windshield wipers. It's become so common for us to buy products and not even actually own them, and you need to pay money every month to keep using them. And they're bad! Businesses have always prioritized profit. That's never changed. I'm not upset about that. But at least in the past, they had to, in good faith, offer something that actually did the shit it was advertised to do. Now they just go, oh damn, we can give less and charge more? Hell yeah, brother, lock the cold out the fridges. The other day, I wanted to get a new router for my office. Jacob and I headed over to our internet provider store, and I said, hello, can I buy a router? Oh, we don't actually sell routers here. You need to go online and ask customer service to send you one.
He's playing fucking Uma Musume on his phone. Yeah, I hate that about telecom shops in America. They're not even like proper showrooms anymore for their products and services. And oftentimes they can't even be bothered to take your order for a product or service that you want. They just tell you, oh yeah, you have to go online for that. Or you have to call a phone number. I loathe having to call customer service. Yeah, it's anything but service, and it's certainly not about the customer. Doesn't Britain have licenses for TVs? They do. I live in exile in America, so I don't really have to worry about that. But yes, they do have licenses if you want to access things like the BBC, which a lot of people just can't be bothered with that anymore because the BBC is shit. And so they are actively refusing to pay the license fee anymore. Just run me over, that'll be less painful at this point. Oh dear.
As I was processing this, Jacob decided they wanted to get a phone upgrade. Excuse me, could I actually buy this phone? Yeah, we don't have those in stock here. You can buy it, but it'll have to be shipped to your house.
I mean, that's not necessarily bad that they can at least ship it to your house. But if you've got it in the showroom, you need to have it in stock. Simple as that. I'm first for real, for real. Nox, welcome in. You are indeed the redeemer of first on on Twitch. Welcome in.
We went to the internet and phone store and left with no internet and no phone. What are the employees being paid to do at that point? What's the point in any of it? I get...
They, for the most part, sit around and do nothing at all. They do absolutely fuck all.
How hard can it be?
Well, I imagine it's actually very hard to get much of anything out of them. They're probably not being paid very much. If it is a commission-based job, I can't imagine them making a lot of money out of that, if anything at all. Yeah, it's just a warm body at this point. Glorified showroom, I guess. Yeah. Show off the product. You can't actually buy it there. They don't have any real stock, except for their absolute most popular products that are bestsellers, and even then, that might not even be in stock. It's just... It really is just sort of a wasted space at this point. And it's just pathetic. I mean, I even see it with my provider. I'm lucky that I went in the last time. I'd purchased a second-hand tablet and told him I'd like to get a data SIM card for this. They just so happen to have those. But even then, kept waiting for considerable amount of time. It's like a way to see how it feels in the hand first. Yeah. And at least if you go to some other showroom, like say an Apple store or a Samsung shop or something like that, most of the time they will have not only a display model you can play around with, but they'll also typically have it in stock. But you go to the actual carriers, you know, your T-Mobiles, AT&Ts, that sort of thing, and it is hit and miss. Most of the time, they are there to take orders for new phone plans or changes to existing phone plans. And that's about all they're good for.
That a lot of shopping has shifted to online, but I really, really miss simply having the option to go to the store. They're becoming empty husks with a logo on top. Also, excuse me, but I need to ask customer service to buy a router? Just let me exchange my money for the item that you very obviously sell.
Yeah, it's like how they act like they don't really want your money. It's like, we have money, we are willing to pay for the product. Let us have the fucking product. And they want to put up barriers to us getting that product. That makes zero sense. It's like, you're a business selling products and services. We have money for those products and services. Don't put up roadblocks. Otherwise, shocker, people are no longer going to be willing to buy your product or service. This is not rocket science. And then they complain they didn't reach the sales numbers. Yeah. The less obstacles, the less barriers you put up to a customer purchasing a product or service from you, the more likely they're going to make that purchase. But the more barriers you put up to that, eventually they'll get tired of it and go with someone else.
Anytime I'm told I need to contact customer service, I consider it a lost battle. Nothing exists in this world that is worth descending the trenches that is a customer service phone call. Companies have put it together that if they make everything inconvenient and frustrating, set up enough cryptic hoops to make people jump through, waste as much time as possible, people will just give up. And they don't have to deal with anything. It's sick. Once I need...
Yeah, and that's the whole point of the modern customer service experience. It's not actually about solving your problem, because their metrics that they gauge their success on are not built on that. Their metrics are how long were you on the phone for, and how quickly can they get you off the line. From that, they have every perverse incentive to not actually help you, but to, in some cases, just hang up on you. Because they can still say they hit their metrics because you weren't on the phone for very long. And if you never call again, to them, the problem does not exist. They don't actually care about you as a customer. They don't actually care about making your experience as a customer genuinely good. You're blowing my very sleep-deprived mind right now. You should get some rest, Nox. If it's fiber, the thing with the router might make sense since they often have login details that have to be baked into it on a customer-by-customer basis. I hate that. I should be able to go out and get any sort of router, and it should work with the service. If it is some sort of proprietary router that the provider has to sell me, that's a problem. Because that's just an opportunity for them to milk more money out of me whilst giving less and less in terms of service.
Needed to call a plumber, but was only allowed to go through a very specific company for the service. So I called in, sat on hold for 40 minutes, as to be expected, and finally got connected to someone. Hello, what can I help you with today? Hi, I was calling to make a service appointment. Alright, sounds good. I'm gonna check our calendar and call back with our availabilities. Oh, okay. Thank you. And so I waited.
And then they never called back. Well, what do you want to bet, chat? What do we want to bet they never fucking called back? Because they never actually looked, because they had no intention of looking, because they were the only authorized provider of plumbing services in that neighborhood. They have a regional monopoly, and so they have no incentive to provide good service. And so it's going to be shit.
For 2 days, and she never called me back. So, of course, I call back, sit on hold for another 40 minutes, and try again. Hello, what can I help you with today? Hi, I'm calling to make a service appointment. I called before, but no one called me back, so I wanted to follow up on that. Okay, let me check. We're available in a month at 7 a.m. Oh,
A month? A bloody house will be flooded out by then.
Okay, are there no other times available? Nope. Alright, I can do in a month at 7 a.m. Thank you very much. Awesome. Exactly.
At that point, you just say, fuck the rules, call a plumber that can respond in a much more timely manner, and get it done.
What I wanted. A month comes and goes, and the day before the appointment, I get a call from the plumbing company. Hello, I'm calling to let you know the person that was scheduled to do your service appointment is sick and will have to cancel it. Okay. When's the next available appointment? In 2 weeks? Okay. Thank you. At this point, I was fuming, right? How hard could it be to get a very specific company to provide a service they forced me to use them for? Well, get this. I woke up the next morning at 10 a.m. because I didn't have to wake up early anymore, looked at my phone, and
Indoor
saw
pool.
a single missed call from, of course, the plumbing company. Hello, the plumber arrived at the location this morning at 6 a.m., but left because no one was home. Please call back to reschedule. Thank you. Guys, I can't even write.
At this point, I would probably be hunting those plumbers down, and I can't say the rest of what I would do because that would be Fed posting of the most extreme variety. But we'll just say that their lives would be in great jeopardy. Their very lives would be in tremendous jeopardy. Someone tries to do that to me, they are in danger at that point. They must not place a very high value on their own lives. Luigi moment, yes. People try to paint Luigi as some sort of terrorist or some sort of awful person. Frankly, in this intractable world and given the absolute state and how everything is shit, he is a fucking hero. And we could do with a few more. We need a few good men. Because that is just where we are at this point. That is how bad things have gotten. To where that is the only way people will listen. Powerful people in positions of authority are only going to listen and make positive changes if they are genuinely, truly scared of people. And right now, there's a lot of them that are so arrogant that they're not scared of people. And they need to be made to feel fear.
Into words what I was feeling that moment, because if I did, this would be the last video of my career.
Oh, yeah, no, at this point, it's clear. She wanted to kill someone. And frankly, who could blame her? After all this terrible treatment, who could blame her?
A single service appointment is all I ask. For my sink that is dissolving at this point. Also, we're completely brushing over the fact they arrived an hour early for the canceled appointment, so I would have missed it anyway. And just like that, it was all back at square one. And you know what? I gave up. Congratulations, plumbing company. You won!
They didn't have to win. You could have just called another plumbing company and just said, fuck the rules. I want this fucking fixed. Or even, hell, going on YouTube and figuring out how to fix it yourself would be preferable. Yeah, we're glowing so hard right now, Joe. Also, Action Bastard, welcome in. How are you?
Trophy? My sink is broken. I was justifiably feeling upset, so I wanted to go out and...
Yeah, call a different plumber, then sue them. Yeah. Just at that point, fuck the rules. Fuck whatever contracts may have been signed. They only have as much value as people who are willing to enforce them. Either fix it yourself or find another plumber, because fuck these rules.
And get myself those Pillsbury Halloween cookies with the pumpkins and ghosts on them, because it was the season. I looked online to see if the grocery store had them, and the website said, in stock, confirmed in the past hour. So I got dressed, drove over, and lo and behold, the store had 0 Halloween cookies. I did the same charade 2 more times until I just went home and cried. What's the point anymore? Really, my car doesn't work, the stores don't work, the litter box needs Wi-Fi. I'm just so tired. We're doomed to be wrong of every single dollar we have. Cursed to scroll endlessly on social media because it's evil now. It's nothing good anymore. We're being left behind over here, and no one can do anything about it cares. I don't want to get too doomer in the silly animated YouTube video. Sorry, maybe a bit of reality started to seep in there between the funny little stories. Quickly, I'm going to talk about things that do spark joy in my life. There's been an influx of people going back to old tech as a way to step out of the overwhelming and predatory modern innovation era, and
I mean, at least retro tech doesn't try to rip you off. And it still fucking works, which is more than can be said for modern tech. Doing good, seen this video. As I stated in a comments section, lives in California, chooses to obey the HOA by calling the assigned plumbing company. Some of these problems are self-inflicted. Yeah, fuck HOAs, man. Fuck HOAs. The HOA can eat a bag of dicks, and they can also suck off my dick as well. I'm calling a different plumbing company, and we're getting this problem fixed. And honestly, if anyone from the HOA decides to give you shit over it, then give them the mafia treatment. I have a problem with HOAs existing, period. Yes, I do too. But the most effective way to deal with them is to give them the mafia treatment. You and maybe a couple of your tough guy friends pay the people on the board a little visit and let them know, sort of like Tony and Mario, when they're paying a visit to local businesses to get more money for their protection racket. Just let them know, yeah, we're not going to have any sorts of problems like this, because you're not going to bother us over this sort of thing. Because if you do, we're going to be back. And you may notice some stuff tragically breaking. I remember there was this one video of a guy, he's getting into his car, his garage door is open, and the head of the HOA drives his golf cart into this bloke's garage and starts harassing him and yelling at him over little bullshit violations. And he's filming the whole thing. The way I would have dealt with it, I would have hit the garage door opener, closed the garage door, locked any other doors. I wouldn't have been filming this. Grabbed the nearest blunt instrument, and me and that old man would have had ourselves a nice little chat. And by the time that old man was wheeled out of there, we would have had an understanding about certain things. And he wouldn't be bothering me anymore about these little things. And he would never bother me again about anything. Because if he knew what's good for him, he would never drive his fucking golf cart into my goddamn garage and proceed to yell at me on my own goddamn property about little bullshit things that harm absolutely no one. We won't talk about the bruises and other things that might possibly be afflicting his physical body. But suffice it to say, the problem would have corrected itself. You really want them anywhere near your dick, Rex? Ditto, HOAs are just a group of harassing kittens who are in a deep need of an ass whooping. Yes. You really want them anywhere near you, Rex? If they know what's good for them, they will never get anywhere near me. HOAs are just the American version of councils that are in the UK. Yes. They could probably also do with the Luigi Mangione treatment, if we're being honest.
I am also on that boat. A while back, I started playing on my old 3DS, and something about using a classic handheld rewires my brain in the best way. Being all bundled up with your DS, no second monitor content, maybe some snacks, it feels like my mind gets to heal from the constant rot, cleansed from the addicting flashing colors and stimuli of current media. Another way I heal from the evils is by seeing all of my best friends. Truly going out and being with people in real life is the medicine that heals all. I'm not joking. No matter
Go outside and touch grass. What a concept.
how much the world breaks me down, a good hangout with friends to vent and blow off steam really does take the edge off. And getting to turn annoying moments that piss you off into something to share with your friends as a funny story is a great way to laugh it off and just move on. I'm sure many other people have their own ways to break free from the ever-looming capitalist clutches, but overall, I've just been trying to go back to basics, depend on things less, not constantly overwhelm my senses. I think it's unfortunate that a lot of us have gotten to the point where we need to police ourselves in what we consume because everything is trying to be the most addictive little parasite ever created by humans with no empathy. But until the pendulum eventually swings back the other way, it is possible to break out of the bubble. And if you've been feeling similarly to me, I recommend giving it a try. In the meantime, even though everything feels like a constant mess, I suppose it does make for funny stories to share.
I didn't realize I scripted 2 different complaining videos in a row. I'm really sorry about that. I didn't mean to, and it comes across really negative. But the next video is very, very, very positive. I'm really excited for you guys to see that one. I've been excited about that one for a long time. Thanks for watching. I'm done complaining for a while. It's all out of my system now.
Life is not always sunshine and roses. Anyways, we'll give that a like. And get the music going again. There's the link in chat for everyone. Sometimes life drops a bucket of Legos next to your bed before you wake up. Sometimes it does. And we can't really pretend otherwise. Okay, so we've got 2 here. We've talked about the absolute state of Britain and the West. Not really talking about the whole thing with Nick Fuentes on Piers Morgan because I think everyone else has talked about it and have pretty much talked it to death. Plus, we've already mentioned what needs to be said, is that just like what Right-Wing Coalition has here with their title, Gen Z doesn't care anymore. They really don't. All your name calling and all this other bullshit, they don't give a shit. Here's one from Decoy Voice. It's a little bit old, but it's still relevant. Pretty good, but they are seen. It's interesting to watch what's happening in Japan. I think they may finally have a decent government on their hands that's going to try and keep the country from slipping into the absolute bedlam that most of the West has fallen into. Overton window wasn't shifted, it was slammed in the other direction. Yeah, I mean, it's amazing what happens when you stop trying to censor one side of the political spectrum, at least so hard, and allow people to just sort of talk freely. It's very much like when Elon first bought Twitter, before he turned it into X, those cartoonists who actually, it might have been Stone Toss, I'm not sure, but image of Elon opening up the birdcage to let the Twitter birdie out. And he just says, "Not with the hard R." That's all that was said. That's all that needs to be said. And it is amazing what happens whenever you have a more balanced representation of voices out there. Now, granted, there's still some fuckery going on with the algo and with the people who make the decisions of what gets pushed up in the timeline versus what gets pushed down. But overall, there's a more balanced sample of left-wing and right-wing voices. And when that happens, the right-wing voices tend to dominate. And I think what we're seeing here with the Overton window slammed in the other direction, as you mentioned, Action, is the result of that. Work in progress and all of that, yes. Very much so. But new video on the state of affairs in Japan. They're finally ending this.
Japan is seeing a small fraction of the issues we do, and they're already going full MAGA on immigration, as a common scam in Tokyo is when non-natives aggressively approach tourists, trying to pressure them to their...
Nigerians and other Africans apparently seem to lead these sorts of scams.
...bar, surprising them with an insanely high bill. But more recently, live streamers are randomly getting attacked for just incidentally recording them.
Damn. Stop that bush.
What?
I said stop that bush.
What bush?
The bush. Stop it.
Abadale says, get a lens DP. We'll soon shut him up.
What are you doing? Get the out of here.
What's your
Chill.
Cough.
Not even... I've seen Chinese react to the notion of being filmed, and they get fairly aggressive. Not this aggressive. These men are obviously doing something illegal, otherwise they wouldn't react in this way. But yeah, this is obvious criminal activity. Assaulting someone like this. Just like that market in New York City, yeah.
Bro?
I will break down your phone now. Take that phone away from me.
Cough, bro!
These guys...
13 do 50. That's all I'll say. Also, these men need to be publicly flogged for doing that shit.
Won't even trying to expose their scam, but seeing a camera is apparently all they need to justify an attack. And that wasn't even the worst encounter, as this guy was even boasting about Japan's safety before randomly getting smacked.
Because in America we don't have anything like this, like a red light district. Of course, if it was in America with all the people that have guns and the crazy, super violent people, I'm sure people would be getting shit. People would be stealing from each other. It would be just absolute chaos. Not that too dangerous really for any civilized person to enjoy, but it's crazy because you come to Japan and
and in perfect Japanese, he explains how he was immediately surrounded by them, and even though this was dangerous, he still considers the country to be mostly peaceful.
It is mostly peaceful. It's just certain foreign elements that they've imported, they're starting to see the problem. Problems that Western countries have had writ large, they're encountering a microcosm of it. There's certain people from certain parts of the world that they just cannot let in and expect their countries to continue to be safe. Johnny Somali types, yeah, among other things. But these people are worse than Johnny Somali. They straight up see you filming them and they just turn absolutely feral. Which is why they voted in the new prime minister. Yeah. Japan saw the writing on the walls. And they voted in Sanai Takaichi.
Glad to see a place like Japan, notorious for being a pristine example on how a large city can still be safe, somehow gets plagued with the same crime in other countries because of the non-natives. Now, the Japanese have been noticing as President Trump and his nationalist policies have been gaining support, where Toyota's chairman was even seen decked out in Trump JD clothing, and even their new prime minister shows open support of President Trump. Now, don't be mistaken by her position on top of their liberal...
She has excellent taste in cars, by the way. I believe she still has a Toyota Supra GT from the... sometime in the late 80s or early 90s, and she's still driving it today. And it looks so cool. And she looks even cooler behind the wheel. She almost looks like an IRL version of Misato from Evangelion. The fact that it still runs is incredible. They take good care of their cars over there. A 25-plus-year-old JDM model car, you're not going to encounter too many problems from something like that, because they take very good care of their cars. They take good care of their things in general. It is almost what you've come to expect from a society like Japan that is still such a monocultural ethnic state.
Democratic Party, as in Japan, that's their conservative and nationalist party, which is...
Yeah, don't let the name fool you, Chad. LDP, they call themselves the Lib Dems. They are actually the Tories.
Looking into the effects of immigration, digging into the arrest stats of Japanese versus foreigners, finding that visitors get arrested 72 times more. Now, I'm not a math Asian and can't completely rely on their translation, but it's undeniable that Japan is clamping down on immigration, just like Trump is in America.
Also, who knew Decoy Voice was tatted up almost like a Yakuza? Jesus. I do like the baseball shirt, though. That's pretty cool.
As their new minister in charge of foreign nationals is a Japanese woman from America.
Yes, born to a Japanese mother and an Irish father. I think she may have spent a brief period in America, but most of her life she has lived in Japan. She's also super cute, though, too, but she... I don't know. She's very much a weeb, and has stated previously publicly that basically no man is good enough for her, and she prefers her anime husbandos over men, which is a bit sad because she's actually super cute and she seems super cool. I'd date her. He lives in LA, so it's not that surprising as someone who used to live near Lowell. Yeah. That's right, he is in LA, isn't he? The father abandoned them early on, if I recall correctly. Yes, that is correct. So, prefers anime husbando? Some strange form of weeaboo daddy issues? I don't know. Just a pity that she doesn't want to get married. But it works in the favor of she wants to deport a lot of bad foreigners and also keep legal immigration in check. Sex toys will never abandon her, I guess. Yeah, I mean, still, there's no substitute for actually having a man in your life.
And she immediately wants to enforce stricter immigration control. Japan is only seeing a small percentage of newcomers compared to America or even Europe, and they're already looking to close their borders. As the sad thing about safety is it doesn't take that many people to completely obliterate it, where their government is just catching up to what Japanese businesses...
Discrimination? A sign that says, sorry, Japanese only. There's a lot of places in Japan that they only speak Japanese. They don't have any English-speaking staff. So that's what that means. But also there are certain businesses that they will say, no foreigners.
Have been doing for years now, and I've seen plenty of complaints about these practices.
Those have actually been going on for years, and it is perfectly legal in Japan. And yeah, you know what? Given the way a lot of tourists have behaved badly, I can't say it's completely undeserved, as is their right. It's their country, tourists are guests, and should respect that fact. Precisely. Yeah, given that post-pandemic, there's been a lot of tourists that have been behaving badly. Nobody can blame them for just saying, yeah, you know what? No tourists allowed. Japanese only.
But I'll never understand the demand of making a place that hates you required to take your money. As back in LA, I live next to...
You know, why would you give any place that hates you any amount of money?
...to a taco shop that loudly advertised cheap prices in their windows. But whenever I went alone or with other Asians, the totals came up to being nearly double of what they should be. But
Gringo markup. It's a real thing, chat. And you'll find it no matter where you go.
When I went with anybody Hispanic or even Filipino, the checks were cut in half. Later finding out it was just an open secret, this place charged people that looked like me double. But despite their food being delicious, I stopped going there, as why would I support a racist business? Now did I cease going to all Mexican food restaurants? Of course not, as why apply that awful behavior of one place to everywhere that looks like them? And just because...
You know, don't tolerate the gringo markup. Call them out and shame them on it. And if that doesn't work, then just give some other place your business.
Because they do it to me doesn't mean we should do it back. But for some reason, we've entered an era online where people demand they keep their so-called enemies afloat. As Japan's new immigration rules angers who is excluded.
Japan has been notorious for keeping out foreigners.
God, the vocal fry in a voice. Japan banned migrants from Nigeria, Ghana, Tanzania, and Mozambique from mixing with regular people and tourists. If that's where the bad actors are coming from, then we can't blame them.
And Japan is facing a massive crisis. It's facing a massive crisis of lack of population.
You keep saying massive crisis like you're trying to get our attention. It's like keys jangling. Wonder why they banned them. It's a bloomin' mystery. Yeah. Couldn't be that those people were coming in and engaging in criminal activity and scamming people. I'm sure that has nothing to do with it at all.
Growth. They are realizing that they have to open the doors for Africans, but
no, they don't.
They don't want the Africans to be mixing with the Japanese people. How can we just continue to just...
Because so many of them don't know how to behave themselves in Japanese society.
Be treated in this way. What do you guys think? Just let me know in the comments, what do you think?
I don't know about you, but if I found out an entire country openly stated, Americans or less than, so here's some rules to prevent them from entering, I wouldn't rush to social media to cry, why won't they let me fix their country? As if they're judging me from the outside.
Yeah, we're fairly certain we don't need Africans going in to try and fix Japan. I'm fairly certain we don't need anybody going in to try and fix Japan. They can fix it on their own. If it needs fixing.
It's only going to get worse once I'm there, as the fact that someone would have this sense of entitlement to entering makes me believe this isn't going to be a net positive. So
it is that arrogant view that some gaijin have of Japan where they view the whole country as a fucking amusement park. And it's not a goddamn amusement park. That is a country where people live. People's homes are there. It's not a fucking amusement park. Don't need people from failed nations, period. Yeah, no. Close it off to all of Africa if need be. Because, let's be real, that's where you have some of the biggest concentration of shithole countries. And we don't need those people doing the whole pressure release valve routine of lobbing masses of people in the form of migrants at developed countries. Just so some tin pot dictator can desperately cling on to power.
If Japan fails, at least it fails as Japan. It's just insane to think we covered this just over a year ago, and it only took the Japanese to see this mildly annoy their public transit for them to go full MAGA or MAGA.
Give that a like. That's a rather abrupt ending from Decoy Voice. GDP go burr. GDP is not the end-all be-all. And countries are more than just economic zones. And it is about time that leadership in other countries realize that. Right. Pathis has got one. I think this is the first time we've ever played anything from his channel. But continuing on in a similar vein, asking the question, what is happening to Japan's convenience stores? If you know anything about konbini in Japan, they are like these little slices of heaven on every corner in Japan. Or at least they used to be. They seem to be changing, some of them not for the better. Let's take a look.
This is the Gaijin Mart, the most notorious convenience store in all of Japan.
I guess that's a family mart in near Kabukicho or something like that. Or maybe in Shinjuku? Fairly certain you'll find nothing but gringo markups there, or gaijin markups as the case may be. Yeah, chat, try to avoid these places. These are obvious tourist traps if you go to Japan. Go into the Daily Yamazaki or Mini Stop or the Family Mart or 7-Eleven that's off the beaten path. Go where the locals go, because that's where you'll get the best deals on anything. And that's not just in Japan, that's no matter where you go in the world.
This store has become famous among tourists as a 24/7 open-air bar in the middle of Tokyo.
Yeah, this looks like... No, this is Shibuya, I think. This looks like Shibuya. Possibly near the Scramble Crossing. But yeah, chat, you want to be a good tourist in Japan, don't do what we just saw. Don't buy copious amounts of alcoholic beverages and then proceed to chug them out in front of the konbini you just bought them in. It's not only incredibly uncouth behavior or the behavior of Philistines. It just... That's not what it's there for. It's not an open-air bar. It's a konbini where people go to find items they need for their convenience. Hence the term convenience store or konbini. Go in, buy your products, buy your booze, take it back, and fuck off back to your hotel. Consume it there. Never even heard of a gaijin mart. Must be new. Don't do what Donnie Don't does. That's anywhere, though. That's wino behavior. It really is. That's the behavior of just absolute alcoholics. You know, buy a fuck ton of booze from a konbini and then step outside the main door and proceed to chug it down to get as piss drunk as you possibly can fast. I mean, there's the possibility you might get arrested for public intoxication by the local police. Maybe, maybe not. But yes, that is just, you probably have a drinking problem at that point. And you need to get help. This is not a place for you to behave like stereotypical British tourists where you just get absolutely piss drunk in public and behave like a fucking animal. You engage in that sort of behavior, you don't really deserve to go on holiday anywhere in the world.
However, to the local Japanese people, it is a breeding ground for nuisance foreigners where tourists go for a drink or two.
Also unacceptable, dumping your trash out like that. Keep it in a bag and chuck it away at your hotel. Or even they have large receptacles at the konbinis. You can dispose of your rubbish there. This is also unacceptable.
And then end their night acting up like Johnny Somali.
But what's happening back?
Yeah, if you start acting like Johnny Somali, you deserve to be publicly flogged by police, then arrested, then publicly flogged in prison, and do serious prison time where you are daily flogged.
There in the Gaijin Mart is only a part of the problem because the convenience store crisis goes much deeper than that.
If you have been traveling in Japan recently, you might have noticed that many of the convenience stores today are filled with foreign workers, and on top of that,
yeah, they're importing a lot of foreign workers from places like India. A lot of them don't really speak Japanese. Some of them don't even speak proper English. It's becoming an issue. By the way, fun fact about Japanese prisons, if you don't keep your cell clean, they make you do that one sitting punishment that cuts off circulation to your legs. Now, they don't fuck around with Japanese prisons. I'm told that those who are awaiting the death penalty, they are not informed when they will be executed. So they are just basically living in constant fear, like every day could be their last day. They do not fuck around with Japanese prisons. So do not do anything to get yourself arrested over in Japan. You are not going to have a good time.
prices of everyday items are rising higher than ever before. So you might be asking yourself, why are things...
That's one good thing about Konbini is that they've got fairly decent quality booze available at somewhat cheap prices. I think it's Suntory, I want to say it's Kabuki. It's a gold label Suntory. It's fairly basic, but it's still good. Nothing fancy, but it's good.
Suddenly changing. What is happening to Japanese convenience stores? Well, the truth is, konbini, as we know them, are about to disappear.
There you go. What?
Convenience stores today are one of the most famous aspects of Japan, as anyone who travels here is guaranteed to find themselves in one many times, and even if you haven't traveled here yet, I'm sure you've at least seen vloggers online talk about konbini sandwiches like they're the pinnacle of Japanese cuisine.
I mean, they are pretty fucking good. I know both times that I was in Japan, on the day, at least once a day, I was stopping into a konbini to grab a quick bite to eat. Whether it be breakfast on the run, lunch, dinner, maybe a snack. Or yeah, even to just grab a beer or even a whiskey highball, which they do have those in a can over in Japan. And They're decent. They're not bad.
Now, even though these things are good for what they are, I've always felt that people might be giving a bit too much credit for some white bread and industrial mayonnaise, but maybe that's just me. The first convenience store in Japan opened its doors in 1974 when the country was in the middle of its economic miracle.
7-Eleven. Fun fact, chat. 7-Eleven opens in Japan. It's almost an entity unto it becomes almost an entity unto itself. Eventually opens its own bank, 7 Bank. The American parent runs into financial problems, I think sometime in the 90s or 2000s. It gets so bad that their Japanese subsidiary ends up bailing them out. And it turned out to be the best thing in the world for 7-Eleven, because now 7-Eleven in the US and other parts of the world are starting to take on characteristics that were once only found with Japanese 7-Elevens. That's wild. It is. Need to save up and get me some Suntory again. It's good stuff. I need to save up and get me another... I should save up and get myself another bottle again. Maybe a nice bottle of Nika. They're just so bloody expensive these days.
Since, as people were getting richer, they started to be more willing to pay a little extra for some convenience. It didn't take long for the conveni to take over the country, and soon they stopped being just stores and became an important part of every Japanese person's daily life. Today, it's hard to find things you cannot do in the conveni, and to many people, they're the place keeping your life together, as I myself, for example, used to pay my rent in the conveni for years.
Yeah, you can pay your rent, you can pay your utility bills, you can do a lot with a Japanese konbini. And combine that with the fact that you can oftentimes pay for items like that with a transit card, like a Suica card or Passmo. It's even more convenient.
But the thing with these convenience stores is that no matter how amazing they are, they were originally in the 70s designed for the young, growing, strong Japan, and they simply cannot survive the modern challenges the country is facing. Japanese society,
yeah, people like him need to be deported.
As we know it, is on the brink of a collapse, and its effects are affecting the people in the convenience stores more and more each day. Because of this, the
modern challenges equals parasites, yes.
Stores themselves have no other option but to adapt to the changing environment. But before we visit the AI automated conveni of the future,
oh yes, I was seeing this. They did an updated version of the theme on konbini on NHK World. There's a program called Japanology Plus. Started out as Weekend Japanology, then Begin Japanology. And now they've done, I think this is like their 3rd or 4th edition of the theme on konbini. One of the things that they're talking about here is these automated terminals. But notice off to the left, chat, you've got this sort of 3D cel-shaded anime avatar. There's an actual person behind that. An actual person who is working remotely from their home to assist anyone if they've got questions or if they, need help with something. So, in effect, konbinis are now employing the use of VTubers as cashiers. I kid you not, chat. They are using VTubers as employees. So, if nothing else, his lordship might have a future as a VTuber cashier.
that is supposed to be the answer to all of these problems.
That's funny and an opportunity. Maybe the future is now.
We have to find out exactly what is happening to the Convini today. The old 24-hour model we all know was built on a very specific assumption that there would always be an endless supply of young people willing to work the late night shifts for minimum wage. But as Japan's population has started to shrink aggressively, now there will never be enough young Japanese workers to run these stores ever again. This is the reason behind why most convenience stores today are filled with foreign workers, as the industry is frantically trying to plug the holes in this sinking ship by importing cheap labor from countries such as China, India, and Nepal.
Especially here in the middle of Tokyo, where there's a convenience around every corner.
I can understand possibly importing people from China, Vietnam, maybe Nepal. You know, from your neighbors, maybe. I know that, unlike in America, a lot of Vietnamese have had tremendous difficulty adapting and integrating into Japanese society. So there have been some issues with that. India, on the other hand, that can only end in unmitigated disaster. Mars, welcome in. Base, what do I apply? I know, right? I think as we've seen with so many foreigners from India in other Western countries, it just has not worked. Because there is that whole thing about is that in their culture. People like that don't act in good faith. And so I don't know if there's going to be a peaceful integration of Indians into Japanese society. We're already starting to see the cracks in that whole thing in the United States and in other countries. Honestly, it's a mistake to let people in from India. I don't think that's going to work very well. I have my doubts about Nepal. China? Maybe. Maybe. There is that whole thing about just... They tend to get to become a very vindictive lot when it suits them about old grievances that have already been litigated and relitigated a million times concerning World War II. But the people are similar enough that they might be able to make it work. So China, yeah, maybe. Nepal, possibly. India, no. Not going to work. It's just not going to work.
It's practically impossible to find a store without foreign workers.
With the sudden influx of cheap foreign labor, experiencing that great customer service Japan has historically been famous for is slowly starting to be a thing of the past. Since to many of the migrant workers, entry-level jobs like this aren't anything serious or a part of their career path, but simply a way to get their hands on a visa.
Yeah, they want to get their hands on a visa. They're looking for some easy cash. And I honestly have to wonder if there's any real requirement by these companies for them to learn Japanese. or if they're all just looking the other way and just saying, yeah, no, we'll give you some classes, we'll give you some reading material for you to study, and then they never do.
However, it's hard to solely blame them for the death of omotenashi, the Japanese tradition of hospitality, since I don't think many of us would have the energy to keep appearances up when there's 100 tourists right outside your store treating it like it's an open bar and climbing on the roof for some TikTok views. This kind of behavior.
Chat. This is monumentally stupid and dangerous. And if you do this, you are begging to fall to your death. And frankly, you sort of deserve it at this point. You'd think knowing the language would be the most minimal requirement. You would think. But then again, we've said that about a lot of foreigners coming into places like the United Kingdom, the United States, and Western European countries of, at least have some sort of working knowledge of English. And we can't even get that out of people. And then, of course, you've got shitlibs that say it's racist for us to demand that they speak and communicate in English. Do a flip, win your Darwin Award. Right?
That many tourists and even many Japanese people have been bringing to Tokyo's downtown areas has made most of the stores to stop providing people with basic amenities such as trash cans and toilets simply because the drunken people aren't willing to behave themselves.
Yeah, you act like that, chat, in a society that is very conservative and reserved, like Japan is. You don't deserve to be there. All those people deserve to be arrested and either thrown in jail or tossed on the next plane back home to wherever the fuck they came from. They are ruining Japan for the rest of us. That is no way to behave.
The overworked and underpaid migrant workers who already don't care about their jobs to begin with aren't going to stay extra hours every day cleaning up the mess these people leave behind, which is why for the workers it is simply much easier to ban customers from using the restrooms and make the convenience stores a little less convenient for the sake of their own sanity.
Before long, I would not be surprised if they end up closing these konbini locations in these big tourist areas. Because ultimately, all these other conveniences they take away, I don't think it's going to deter them as much as they think. Ultimately, these locations are going to be closed down. Just because they've already started on the negative cycle downwards of taking away things that people have come to expect in a konbini. So other people are just going to go to other locations. That's just going to drive the numbers down for these particular locations to the point that I think they're just going to close down. The parent companies are going to look at these, like this Family Mart location, say, you know what, it's not worth it to be here anymore. Rent's too expensive, and not enough people are shopping here. It's just more trouble than it's worth. Let's just close it down. Which would be really sad. It would be really sad. But this is what happens when you just let any fucking Dick, Tom, or Harry into your country to do what the fuck ever, just because you want their tourist dollars.
In fact, the situation around Gaijin Mart got so bad that last year the government banned drinking outside here in Shibuya completely. Today, if you try drinking outside and get caught by one of the many officers patrolling around Shibuya, even though they aren't legally allowed to give you a ticket, they will immediately and aggressively take your drinks away and tell you to take a hike. You know, it's easy to look at places like the Gaijin Mart
that may change eventually. It's because of that sort of behavior that they might eventually be given the power to start ticketing people, maybe even jailing them. I know a lot of Americans have this sort of understanding that, yeah, public intoxication is illegal in most places. In Japan, you've got people who freely stroll about most places with a beer in hand or hard liquor or something like that, and no one would bat an eye. Same in a lot of European countries. Because so many places don't have that sort of hang-up about alcohol. That could change, though, with Japan. If enough people refuse to stop acting like absolute fuckwits, then yeah, you're going to get situations where public consumption of alcohol is banned. If, yeah.
And think, oh, it's the tourists ruining Japan, or it's the foreign workers not doing their job. And even though a narrative like that might get a lot of views on YouTube, the truth is that those are actually just surface level issues. Because the real secret that the big corporations don't want you to know is that the whole convenience industry has been completely rigged from the beginning. It turns out that every individual convenience store in Japan is actually franchised, meaning they're owned by a private individual who then pays for the license to use.
Well, that's not too unusual. Most of the convenience stores in the United States, I mean, most of the 7-Elevens in the United States are individual franchises.
The name. But the catch in all of this is that the price of that license is insane. To use the brand name, these big chains often take up to 2/3 of the profit, leaving the individual store owners with only the remaining 30%.
Yeah, there's plenty of abuses of franchisees, depending on which one you go with. There's a reason you'll see growth in certain particular franchises, then popping up in more locations. Probably because franchisees took a look at the terms and realized there's more money to be made in those particular ones.
From this remaining 30%, the owners then have to pay for everything. The staff, the electricity, and the rent. Meaning, if the minimum wage goes up, which it has, or the price of electricity skyrockets, the big guys don't lose a cent, and every single yen of that extra cost comes straight out of the owner's pocket. Pretty much any way you slice it, the convenience business is almost risk-free to these huge corporations, and the only ones who have to risk anything are the little guys who buy the license from them. And because they have nothing to lose, they can open new stores wherever they want, even right next door to another convenience, forcing their own franchisees to compete against each other.
Yeah, there's one in America that I knew in particular that they had a very predatory model, and I think they still do. It's a barbecue franchise. And former franchisees had noted that the terms of the franchise agreement were so onerous, and everything is rather sneakily cost prohibitive by nature, but it is a model set up to the point where this particular company fleeces franchisees of the money to set up new franchise locations, and then pretty much sets them up for failure to the point where they just take back the franchise from the franchisee. And hey presto, they've got themselves a new location and somebody else has fronted the money. It's franchise business as usual, though. McDonald's is like that too. Yeah, franchises in this day and age, they are quite predatory. 30, 40 years ago, might not have been so bad. Well, these days especially, it's just all it is big companies taking advantage of the little guy and then stealing a business out from under them that they've fronted so much money for. There are some franchises that, depending on which one you go with, you're pretty much buying a job. I know one in particular, Chick-fil-A, is like that. Now, granted, there are some advantages to having the owner there and having it their full-time job because it helps to keep the quality up. But still, as a business, if I'm putting a business owner hat on, if I have to be there all the time, it's not a business, it's a job. I bought myself a job. Kind of self-defeating at that point. Unless, of course, you really like good fried chicken sandwiches. Chick-fil-A has a different franchise model. It benefits both the company and the franchisee as well. Yeah, in a sense. I don't like the idea that they have, that it becomes a full-time job. If I own a business and it requires my presence constantly, I bought myself a job. And I don't want that. I want something that requires as minimal a presence as possible. This is the broken social contract stream. That's sort of what it's turning into, isn't it?
Here is actually a great example of this happening. These two family marts are literally about 20 meters apart from each other, and while these stores are fighting for survival over the same customers, the Family Mart brand itself is happily collecting royalties from both. This kind of brutal competition, where even the parent companies are working against you, often ends with people in these stores working themselves to death. And when I say death, I mean that literally. The amount of work these convenience store workers have...
There's a term for that in Japanese. It's called karoshi, which means death from overwork. And it is a real thing in Japan, has been for a long time. And it is a social problem that they almost refuse to address.
To go through is no joke, as for example, there was a story recently of a 38-year-old convenience worker from Oita who worked 6 months straight and then died from karoshi, death from overwork. Why the people in the convenience have to keep competing so hard for these customers today is because in the last few years the Japanese economy has been a total shit show. In fact, the situation here is so bad right now that some economists genuinely believe Japan is about to crash so hard they might take the entire world economy with them.
That, you know what? That could be quite possible. Look, it's really ironic. We see all of this, and then we watch the charts for like the Nikkei. Nikkei's at all-time highs. In fact, I think they have, if you just go off of the numbers from the Nikkei, they have pretty much recovered from the crash in the late 80s, early 90s when the bubble economy popped. So all of the mediocre performance and the losses from the lost decades, they have technically recovered all of that. And yet, inflation's at an all-time high. Japanese yen is not worth shit compared to the dollar, the pound, or other countries' currencies. And on top of all that, you've got serious declines in the native population. You've got an over-tourism problem. And it's just... It's rough. It's rough no matter where you go.
But for the average Japanese person on the street, this macroeconomic disaster situation simply means one thing. They are broke. Every day, the yen is becoming weaker and weaker, and people really have started rethinking their spending habits.
There was a time where 100 yen was almost exactly equal to $1. It wasn't that long ago, in fact. It was just a few years ago. But since then, we've seen that it takes 140, 150 yen now to equal $1. That's quite a decline. And especially in such a short period of time, that's a lot of pain to deal with in a short time frame. That translates into a lot of pain economically. And yes, it does mean that a lot of people are now broke and they can't afford a lot of the things that they used to. It's great if you're a tourist. That means that your local currency, be it dollars, pounds, euros, whatever, go a lot farther in Japan. But any business that is so dependent on tourism money, that in and of itself is not really sustainable and can oftentimes be subject to wild economic swings.
While prices have gone up, the amount of money people make on average hasn't changed in 30 years, which is why to many that old idea of paying a little extra for the convenience now feels like a ripoff.
Even though convenience stores are still very much, well, convenient, due to the increased inflation, people simply aren't willing to pay for that increased premium like they used to.
Unfortunately though, the frustration that the average citizen in Japan is feeling right now isn't aimed at those who might actually deserve it, such as the politicians or the big corporations squeezing everything they can out of people, but instead to the minimum wage workers just trying to make their ends meet.
Hey arsehole, why don't you get the fuck out? As a matter of fact, why don't you fuck all the way off back to where you came from?
This customer harassment problem, known in Japan as kasuhara, has been ingrained to the culture for decades thanks to the customer is always right thinking. However, recently the problem has become so prevalent all around the country that the government has started heavily campaigning against it, which is why now everywhere you go, you will come across flyers reminding customers to not forget that the people working in these establishments are human beings just like them. Now,
it's the Japanese version of what you see in Western airports. Only that one's even more aggressive, basically saying not only will harassment not be tolerated, you could be subject to arrest. This is the lighter version of that. At least with this, you're not subject to arrest. Seriously, what kind of jerk-ass has to behave like unruly animals? Foreigners who have been kept under lockdown due to a global pandemic for well over a year, and then they finally get a taste of freedom, and they go absolutely mad. And that's really only scratching the surface of it. There are some cultures that are just so objectively inferior to others that the people coming from those cultures know only how to behave like unruly animals, as you say.
Now, you might understand that when you combine these crazy customers who harass the staff with the recent changes, such as the convenience store shutting down their usual facilities, you start getting scenes like this viral video where a woman who was denied from using the bathroom started going nuts and fighting with the staff about it, eventually forcing.
I think these are Chinese tourists. They're also some of the worst, by the way, chat. Incredibly rude.
Herself behind the counter, where, naturally, she did what any logical person would do in this situation and started shitting on the floor.
So, here we are. Things in the Japanese convenience stores have in many places turned literally to shit, and the industry is struggling more than ever before. Now, the big question is, can the conveni be saved? And the answer to that is sadly no. At least not.
It's an absolutely disgusting meme, yeah.
Not in the way that we know them today.
To find out what convenience stores might look like in the future, I visited Takanava Gateway's Lawson of the Future, which is a recently opened experimental store that acts as a living proof of concept for how automation might just save the industry. The store is filled to the brim with technology, as Lawson is aiming to reduce human workload by 30% in the next few years by creating robots that can handle most of the physical tasks required to run the store. Inside, you'll find interactive shelves that track exactly what you pick up, cashiers working from home remotely through anime avatars, and in a typical Japanese fashion, cute robots to keep you company. From a business perspective, it's easy to see that this kind of technology might be the solution to keep the convenience stores alive in the future, since the robots don't get tired, nor do they need a visa like the migrants, and they certainly don't get depressed when a customer screams at them and shits on the floor.
But just because something makes sense for business doesn't mean we aren't losing an important part of Japan.
For 50 years, the conveni was more than just a store. To many of us, it was a lighthouse in the dark. No matter where you were or how late it was, you could always count on the fact that just around the corner there was a Family Mart ready to take you in and help you fill your pockets with famichiki and beer.
So let's enjoy the convenience.
Yeah, and without that human element behind the counter, that whole experience is not going to be as warm as it used to be. Doesn't matter if you've got VTubers as working at self-checkout stands. Something's lost there.
While we can, because we might be the last generation to see it.
Alrighty. We'll give that a like. Such is the time until they start employing someone with a whip to contain problem parasites, yeah. Okay, chat. Since we're on the subject of convenis, why don't we try some 7-Eleven food in Japan? This is from Experience Japan. Hello, everyone. Hello. We're going to introduce some unique products from 7-Eleven, the convenience store with the most locations in Japan. We've got new items released every week. Selection is incredibly diverse. You go every day and never get bored. From rice balls to sweets. We're taking a look at some of our cameraman's top picks. We've got noodle, snacks, ice cream. So many options, you could honestly live off konbini food every day, and some people actually do. So many options, but once again, he says you could honestly live off them every day. Felt the need to say that twice. Just to sort of hammer the point here. This is octopus-shaped sausages in curry macaroni. 278 yen, or about $1.91. Bought this because of the octopus-shaped sausages that bring back memories from childhood. We're not sure if it's a side dish or a salad. But yeah, very reminiscent of childhood bentos in Japan. A fact so nice it must be said twice, lol. I suppose so. Macaroni looks pretty good. It's more of a macaroni salad. It's also got tuna in there. Great item as a side dish or as a snack with drinks. Macaroni has a curry flavour. Well, it's also got the taste of tuna coming through quite nicely too. Now we have salty steamed soybeans. 213 yen or $1.47. This price is really good. These are edamame seasoned with Okinawan salt. Open the package. Pull back on both sides. Easy peasy. Saltiness is perfect. Edamame is so simple, but why are they this delicious? Truly a mystery of the ages. This is yakitori with sweet soy sauce. 235 yen or $1.35. With this canned yakitori, you can enjoy the taste of yakitori anytime, anywhere. Looks delicious just at a glance. I don't think you even need to heat it up. Just crack open the can and have at it. And the flavor is amazing. You could probably eat 3 bowls of white rice with this, you could. Then after edamame and yakitori, next thing has to be this. Mirai no lemon sour. 298 yen, or about $2.07. This is different from your typical canned alcohol. That is convenient, indeed it is. When you open the pull tab, it transforms into a beer mug style can. Okay, that's pretty cool. Even contains a real slice of lemon. Nice. Oh, don't put your chopsticks in there, man. Very crisp and refreshing flavour. Pairs perfectly with food. You can enjoy all 3 of these for under 1,000 yen, or about $7 US. Konbini in Japan are simply the best. Next up, we've got chikua with sea bream and cheese. 205 yen or $1.42. It's supposed to taste even better when heated up, but unfortunately we don't have access to a microwave at the moment. Sad. Chikua is traditional Japanese food made by kneading fish paste, usually white fish, and grilling it into a tube shape. You can almost think of them like fish sausages or something. Pairs perfectly with booze. Feels nice and chewy to the touch. The umami of the fish combined with the creaminess of the cheese Makes it quite the addictive food. It's healthy, but you still get to enjoy a rich, satisfying flavor. Next up, we've got a fluffy egg omusubi. 205 yen or $1.42. This is omu rice that has been transformed into a rice ball. Looks tasty. The egg is fluffy. There's a layer of tomato sauce between it and the gently flavored ketchup rice. If you love omu rice, this is an absolute must-try onigiri. The egg's got a slight sweetness, pairs up perfectly with a tangy tomato sauce. Might taste even better if it warmed up, though. Here we have dried prosciutto, 213 yen, or about $1.48. These are dried pieces of dry cured ham. Just tear open the top. And out she comes. They almost look like little ham gummies. The umami of the prosciutto is intensely concentrated and the flavor deepens the more you chew. About to say it looks like ham jello. The mild saltiness makes it incredibly addictive. I mean, it's ham. It's almost like a fancy bacon. Next, we've got pudding ice cream, 311 yen, about $2 and change. Made with pudding-flavored ice cream, caramel sauce, whipped-style ice cream, and a cookie crunch. You open it, and this adorable little pudding appears. It's got this gentle, rich flavor from the egg. The whip-style ice cream is very fluffy and smooth. Almost reminds me of a flan. Slightly bitter caramel sauce adds a perfect accent. That does look delicious. The cookie crunch has a soft texture. There's plenty of caramel sauce at the bottom of the cup. Very satisfying. This is ototo, lightly salted flavor. 98 cents for this, about 141 yen. It's a light snack with little sea creature shapes. It's been around since the 80s. Long-selling product. Almost everyone in Japan knows of it. Bite-sized, cute shapes are the biggest highlight. It's almost like a salty snack version of animal crackers. You'll find dolphins, octopuses, crabs, starfish, sunfish. Just enjoy discovering which shape comes next as you eat them. Lightly salted is the most popular flavor in Japan. Very simple. Almost like the regular flavored Pringles or something. It's potato based, but it doesn't feel heavy. Chupa Chups. This is a strawberry flavor. Yeah, Rune. It's a fun DIY candy where you mix powder and water and the colour changes when it fluffs up. Something to spark the curiosity of the kiddies. It was like a cross between Fun Dip and Dr. Dreadful. Mix it up like so. Haven't seen candy like that in ages. Same here. Let's see, powder number 2 is next. It's like a candy chemistry set or something. No, it's starting to puff up. Like a whipped cream or something. And then we've got our sprinkles, the Chupa Chups. Right. There we go. Dip it into the sprinkles like so. And then you eat it. One of those, what the hell even is this sort of candies, but it's tasty. It's addictive. It's sugar. You're sure to be bouncing off the walls afterward. Sour stringy gummy, sour lemon flavor. Oh, this is the miniature version of Long, Long Man. It's a gummy you can pull apart. How does it even work? Well, I imagine you just pull the thing apart. You get 7 individually wrapped gummies in there. And if you place them one after the other, eventually you get Long, Long Man. Long, long, long. The evergreen meme, absolutely. This one's supposed to be super sour because of the lemon flavor. Also tangy. It's sour and tangy. It's not chewing gum. It's just gummy candy. Our cameraman has always been good with her hands, even as a kid. Able to pull apart even the thinnest of gummies. The fact we're able to get so many channel subscribers with just 2 hands like this is quite the testament. Aha! They really are getting long, long, man. Oh shit, they fucked it up. Could say the Japanese version of Ashens, yes. Fun snack you can play with while you're eating. Chocolate gummy shine muscat flavor. So, chocolate covered grapes. Or chocolate covered grape gummies. Do gummies and chocolate even go together? Yes, of course they do, man. What sort of question is that? Refreshing aroma, sweet tart flavor of the shine muscat pair perfectly with the sweetness of the chocolate. Feels like you're eating high-end chocolate. I bet that's even better than Dubai chocolate. Which I never understood the appeal of that or what makes it so special. That honestly looks highly addictive. I love chocolate. I'm also a sucker for a good gummy candy. Those two combined together, that probably would be the equivalent of crack cocaine for me. Same, it's just chocolate with pistachios in it, which, ugh. Is that all it is? Cinema roll. It's a little choco lollipop. Could possibly eat that in one bite. I can probably get in 2 or 3. Sweet milk chocolate. Interesting. 1, a 2, a 3. 3. Ganepan, 129 yen, less than $1. A crab-shaped sweetbread that's been around since 1974. 10.5 billion lactic acid bacteria in it, allegedly. Inside are 2 crab-shaped pieces of bread. Kiddies would definitely love this. The bread has pre-cut lines so you can easily tear it apart by hand. Mildly sweet, very simple flavour. Not fluffy, a bit on the firmer side. Grated apple from Del Monte. $2 this one. Made with 100% fruit. I should hope so. Feels a bit unusual since we don't usually eat grated apple. I believe we Westerners refer to this as applesauce. So, it's applesauce in a pouch. Yeah, it's applesauce in a pouch. Probably would taste really good mixed into yogurt. Yeah, I could be right. Butamin Bigu Tonkotsu flavor. 199 yen or $1.38. Super popular mini cup ramen sold as a dagashi or cheap snack for kids. Now it's been turned into a Bigu size in collaboration with Ace Cook. Just put in the hot water and wait 3 minutes. Smells like delicious tonkotsu broth. It looks tasty. Creamy pork bone flavor goes really well with the curly noodles. The original Dagashi version of Butamin has more of a junk food vibe. This one tastes more like a proper ramen with a refined flavor. Might be fun to compare the two. Beano! This is assorted ice cream chocolates. You get vanilla, almond, and chocolate flavor in a box. And we've got the special Pokemon packaging. You can even use 2 boxes to build a capsule toy machine. That's actually rather clever. Right, open one up. Inside you have 24 individually wrapped mini ice cream bites. Definitely keep them frozen. Right, time to start crafting. Yeah, definitely good use of the box. Assembly instructions are printed on the inside of the box, though you need a special cutter to do it properly. That is definitely more complicated than I think anyone anticipated. I mean, it's fun. You definitely get your crafting on with it. Though, yeah, you're looking at having to tape everything together and use a box cutter and etc, etc. cut another section on the other box. This has turned into quite the project. The ice cream's going to be all melted by then. Okay, that goes in there. And that pops into there. And done. Oh, very interesting. Right, before it melts, let's load the Pinot ice cream into the machine. We'll use the term machine advisedly. I mean, considering it's just cardboard. It's really cool. It is. I'm going to turn the handle like so. And out she comes. Let's see, got a chocolate flavour this time from the looks of it. Even the individual wrappers have Pokemon on them. This one is... oh, it's vanilla flavour. Vanilla ice cream covered in chocolate. And it's stuck. Damn. Right, there we go. Looks like another chocolate-covered vanilla one. Try again. We want a different flavour. Ah, this is the all-chocolate one. Chocolate ice cream coated in chocolate. It's small, so you can just keep popping them in. And here is the almond flavoured. That one has Bulbasaur on the outside. This one has milk flavoured ice cream coated in an almond flavoured chocolate. Almost like a white chocolate. Rather creamy, not too sweet. It's pretty cool. I'll give that a like. And then toss that into chat for everyone. Right, next up. Let's go sleep in a train station, chat. No, we're not becoming vagrants or homeless or anything like that. There is an actual hotel inside an old train station. This is another one from Experience Japan. Let's check it out. 3, 2, 1, go! Hello. Hello again. Hello there. We're on a train heading to Wakayama Prefecture this time. We'll be staying at a secret hotel with only 2 rooms available. So, quite the exclusive property. After riding the Nankai Electric Railway, we arrive here. The unmanned Koyashita Station. And this is where we are going to stay. Yes, we're staying in a train station. It's just over there, past the level crossing. There's a 2-room hotel at the station, converted from the former crew waiting room. Gates lift up, and we can walk across and go check it out. It's about an hour and 20 minutes by train from Namba Station over in Osaka. It's the Nimponya Hotel Koyasan Sankei Tetsudo, operated by Karinji. And it is nestled at the foot of the World Heritage Site, Mount Koya. Just 5 steps from the ticket gate. Literally 5 steps away. There's 2 rooms. There's Koya and Tenku. This time we're staying in the Koya room. It's an unmanned station. So to enter, you put in the code that you were given, and that unlocks the door. Then there's another secret door inside. The plot thickens. Lovely views. Let's strictly shoes off from here. Grab yourself a pair of slippers. Hopefully you have small feet. We open it up. And it is an impressive size. The building itself is nearly 100 years old, but beautifully renovated. Lots of train memorabilia in here. It's a rather clever Airbnb-style lodging. You can watch the trains passing by right from the window. Yeah, like a tiny cabin. You can open it up. Screens to keep the bugs out. It is the perfect getaway for the train otaku in your life. You can even pretend to be a Nankai Railway conductor. Here's the toilet, super clean. Toto washlet as expected. Bathroom door is a repurposed vintage train door. Well, that is clever. Actually, stroke of genius, really. And then you've got seating here, taken out of an old train. And then there's a guard's uniform. Even hanging straps and luggage racks. All of it repurposed from old train cars. And incorporated very stylishly, I might add. Old communication handset. That does have some history behind it, doesn't it? Of course, it's not a working telephone chat, so keep that in mind. Mount Koya is a World Heritage Site. That's the headquarters of Shingon Buddhism. Still draws pilgrims today. Our cameraman has never been there themselves. Neither have I. Ah, Wi-Fi is, of course, provided. Excellent. The speed, on the other hand, you're not going to be watching anything in 4K, unfortunately. And here we have a map of Kuriyama, the station next door. Lots of shrines around here. We also have microwave, small freezer, and a fridge with water for drinking. And also water dedicated for your cup noodle. 4 bottles. Rather generous. Usually you only get 1 or 2. You've also got an electric kettle. Some teas provided. Even give you glassware and cutlery. Very nice. One could live here. If we took Audrey Norfolk here, he would want to live here, I think. He would absolutely fall in love with this place and he would never want to leave. It's possible this pillar was reused from something, or both of them. I was about to say Audrey would get that place as a timeshed or something. He really would. He'd be right at home here. 2 double beds. Default setup is for 4 guests, I think. Earplugs, you're going to need that for the trains going by. And this plant is actually a negative... No, it's just a plant. They're pulling out a leg a bit. Design just blends the old and the new quite beautifully. Inside the closet. Oh, they even give you a first aid kit. Very nice. Good to know you covered in case of an accident. And then behind this old door is the bathroom. That's a really nice one too. Ooh, look at that tub. That shower head looks very posh. Hajimari shampoo, conditioner and body soap. This is actually a pretty luxurious bathroom. The walls look fantastic. It honestly looks like you're in a sauna or something. The Nankai Railway is a sister railway to Switzerland's MOB railway. Good siblings, those. Well, cameraman wonders if he should try to be a guard. I mean, I suppose if the YouTube thing doesn't work out. Oh, by the way, you are not to take anything, especially the guard uniform, from the hotel room. So, no souvenirs. I mean, I'm sure they're fine with you taking some extra toiletries home with you, or some earplugs or something like that. But, yeah. Don't try to steal the guard uniform. Obviously, but people these days need it plainly spelled out. Yeah, that's true. Nice cosplay, mate. Might possibly have a... well done. Saluting the train. Thank you for driving safely today. I'm sure the driver's looking at that train is like... What the fuck? You open the door and ticket gate is right there. This is a pretty old station, opened back on July 30th, 1925. Originally named Koyasan Station, then renamed Koyashita Station. 100 years old, chap. Incredible. It was once the closest railway station to Mount Kaya, where the original name came from. Still in pretty good condition, yes, indeed. Small station and a small town. It's unmanned too, there's no staff on duty at any time. It's very beautiful out here. Looks like there's a shrine nearby. Go check it out. Oh, very peaceful. A river flows right next to the station. The water is crystal clear. Very peaceful, refreshing countryside atmosphere. As of 2024, the station has an average of only 68 passengers per day. Rural areas naturally have fewer train services, so understandable that it would be an unmanned station. Most people are getting around by car in this part. And here we are at the shrine. Shide Itsukushima Shrine. That's the full name for it. Ring the bells, bow your head, make a small donation. Very beautifully maintained. Look at all the detailing on that. It's exquisite. This shrine's known for an event that's held every August. A festival called the Dance of the Demon. Men dressed as demons dance to drums and flutes. There's a ritual praying for a good harvest, protection from epidemics, and rain. You can also go hiking around here too. There's 4 different hiking courses to choose from. Definitely come here if you want to get some exercise. Anyway, let's get back to the station. Now, what's this? A swallow's nest? Old photographs of the station. Like a time machine on paper. Used to be an inn somewhere around here back in the day. Might be where they got the idea to turn it into a hotel. There's some sort of local VIP being carted about. Ah, a gecko. The true station master. I've got 2 trains per hour, which makes sense. Small town. There's a Nankai Memory Museum on the platform. That is a tiny gecko, isn't it? Let's take a look at this memory museum. See what it's all about. Exhibits are rather niche. It's like railroad spikes. I mean, it's heaven if you're a train otaku. Good for passing the time whilst waiting for the train. There's even cushions here, so that your backside doesn't suffer. That is true kindness there for you. We get back to the room now. Enjoy a butter of water and relax as we watch the trains go by. Absolute paradise for train otakus. Now the sun has set. Totally different vibe. It's nice though, I love these visuals. But cameraman's hungry, so we're going to head out for dinner. As expected, not a soul in sight. Perfect for the solo introverted traveller. Though be careful at night, the area around the station is practically pitch black. No restaurants nearby, so you're looking at a bit of a hike. Either hailing a taxi from an app or hop in a train to go find dinner somewhere. That's true action, it is a perfect setting for the mystery story. There's our room just over there. Really, somebody should write a screenplay for a good mystery. Get some permits and film here. It'd be excellent. You'd probably do it for not a lot of money. Nice low-budget film. Ah, they've got cushions in the waiting room too. Sort of countryside kindness that warms the cockles of your heart. And here's our train. Rather like the livery on this. It's like blue and orange stripes on silver cars. Hashimoto Shokudo. Maidokini Shokudo. Nyan. A place where you enjoy classic Japanese home-style dishes. Choose the dishes you want. Just grab them off the shelf yourself. All-you-can-eat buffet. You can get freshly cooked rice made in a traditional pot. Oh, that's brilliant. The main dishes are rolled omelette and teriyaki chicken with potatoes. So rice, miso soup, spicy cod roe, and okra. Make the rolled omelette right in front of you so it's piping hot. It's pretty tasty. But a night breakfast. Fluffy, lightly seasoned with dashi, absolutely delicious. It's actually a chain restaurant. Our cameraman comes here whenever he's missing home-style cooking. And we're back at the hotel. Oh, look, there's Station Master number 2. What is it? Spider-Man. I don't know, but it looks poisonous. Time for the bath. Oh, that looks cozy. I think we all wish we could have a bathroom at home like this. It's a bit past midnight now. Platform lights get turned off then. You can't even buy tickets. The ticketing machines automatically shut down. It's an unmanned station. Who exactly turned the lights off? That's a mystery. I think I have the solution to the mystery. It's all automated. They're programmed to do that. Right. Sleepy time. Good night. Called the mystery portion. Yeah. And good morning. But up bright and early. I could swear sometimes the sun comes up at 3 a.m. in Japan. The trains are already running. To be honest, you can hear the trains pretty clearly in the morning. You can see why they provide you with earplugs. But it's a natural alarm clock powered by rail. Right, it's breakfast time. We'll head over to the next station for that. Everybody on the platform? I mean, must to be expected, really. Still amazes me the room is literally inside a station. What could this sign possibly mean? Here's our train. So looked it up real quick. It's a Joro spider. They're a pest control spider, non-threatening to people. Well. As long as they're not threatening people. Very peaceful, calming scenery. Hardly any passengers. It makes you wonder if the line can survive at this point. It's a common threat with a lot of train lines throughout Japan, unfortunately. Mostly due to the declining population. This is Kuriyama Station. There's an onigiri shop right on the platform. Sounds like the perfect spot for breakfast. They cook the rice in a traditional pot. I think we know how our cameraman takes his rice. But yes, we've come here for that onigiri. Still being prepared. Let's wait a while. There's an eat-in space behind the shop. Right through here. Feels like a secret hideout. Pretty cool place. Looks like the chairs are made from reconstituted bits of train seating. Centralized train control device. An old one, since been decommissioned. And the door is from an old train too. That alcove we passed through was one of those connecting things between train cars. And the windows are also taken from old trains. These are clever details here. And that onigiri looks fantastic. Everything looks good. I'm gonna get one of each. Oh, look at that. Using old wooden forms. So after agonizing over the choice, cameraman picked two. Both look rather tasty. Also got some miso soup. There's an okaka and honey ume. 280 yen, $1.90. Verdict? Delicious. Rice cooked in a pot really hits different. Sweet and sour plum with fluffy rice. Chef's kiss level of perfection. We've also got pork miso soup, 450 yen, or about $3. Full of ingredients, warms your heart and soul. So we've got simmered young sardines onigiri. $2 for that one. Oh, cameraman never knew onigiri could be this good. It looks pretty good. I'll eat that. 1,000 times better than convenience store ones. Konbini onigiri are good, but nothing beats homemade. Ojicha tea. 300 yen for that bottle. Rather interesting cup design. Yeah, hometown cooking, can't beat it. Roasted aroma is Gosh, he guzzled that down, didn't he? Is that a thirsty boy? Due to staff shortages, they're only open 4 days a week. To check the hours before visiting. I wonder which days they take off. There's lots of great shops in these rural areas. They do have to be mindful of limited hours. Not many young people around here either. Staff shortages are quite common. I hope these traditional places don't just disappear. Lots of time before checkout, so... right to the last stop. Lush green scenery, so soothing. And here we are at the terminus, Gokurakubashi Station. This station connected to the cable car going up to Mount Koya. Mount Koya was founded by Kobo Daishi and is considered a sacred site. The entire mountain is regarded as temple grounds, a spiritual sanctuary. There's even a legend that Gokurakubashi marks the boundary between the sacred and the secular worlds. Ceiling paintings are vibrant and stunning. A visit to Mount Koya would be nice, but we need to check out. So, we head back away from the terminus towards our station. Koyashima Station Hotel is great for train lovers. And perfect for those visiting Mount Koya. Get packed and head home. Definitely give that a like. Oh, I see Sukiyaki Travel has got a new one. I also see one about Kamen Rider Black. I might do a react to that one. But it will have to be another time. Getting close to midnight chat. I do have some things to do in the morning, so probably need to be signing off for the night. Though I might host a short hangout in the Castle Rexworth Discord. I do need to be up midday-ish, late morning. Got some things to attend to. But then should be back to stream with you again tomorrow. We'll do some more video reacts. Can't promise I'll get to a game. But you know what? We're enjoying ourselves reacting to all of this. And that's good. Gonna be getting some good sleeps. Alright, Action. Take care. And on that note, we need to find ourselves someone to raid over on Kick. It looks like we may have someone in the form of Mayoshi. So, let's go ahead and do that. Look at Stream Manager here. I think... Do we have enough to raid on both sides? No, we don't. Okay. Right, let's find somebody else to raid on the Twitch side of things. Let's see, who do we have? Who do we have? See what this one's talking about. Oh, here we go. I don't think we've raided this person in a while. Okay, so Twitch side, we're going to go raid Kokoro Hana. Doing a voiceover tier list. So doing their own version of just chatting. And there's copy pasta for everybody on that side of things. And then... let's see if we can do it on this side with Kick. Are they going to let us do it? No, can't do it on... can't do it on Kick. I think we might be able to... Rhythm BT. Let's see if we can host. You want to let us do that? No. Okay, so nobody really to raid on Kick tonight. So we'll just go say hello to Kokoro Hana on Twitch, and we'll say goodnight to everybody on Kick. Thank you all so much for joining me. I'm Lord Rexworth, wishing you all the best, and God bless.